8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We start a brand new week with you. If you are listening live, hello. We are cranking up yet another week, and we've got a busy show on tap. As always, we'll recap the week, the weekend, and also the Wheel of Meat could spin. We've got a lot of updates for you. The news, of course, is crazy as ever. We'll break that down as well, plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. This hour, it could be unscreened phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Eddie Van Adler, he's here. He's got things rolling for you in HD. If you're watching YouTube, hello, welcome in. Over to my right is Mr. Greg Burgess. He's back today. He'll have a recap as well from some of the storm damage around his house. One Michael Helms is here as well, and that completes the Good Time Game. Welcome in, boys. How are y'all? Everybody good?
Gentlemen.
A little wiping of the brow there. You good?
Oh, yeah. A little tired.
A little tired. Busy weekend.
Yeah. A little bit of cleanup going on.
All right, a couple of things that we know. First of all, Helmsy's not holding his nose while he talks. He's aware he's got allergies, and so he's dealing with that today.
Does it sound like that, though, or does it just sound like my voice has left me?
You sound a little stopped up, and it's kind of the drainage has gone down into your throat from the allergies.
You got it's a little snuffleupagus.
Yeah. The only reason I know is because you sound just like Tyler.
Okay.
Yellow pollen everywhere.
Oh, gosh, almighty. Yeah.
Especially when the tree's blowing on your house. It's really got a lot of pollen on it.
Yeah, and you think all the rain knocks it all off. It doesn't. It just comes right back.
It doesn't.
And speaking of trees, so Friday, let's go back. Let's go back to Friday. Greg was not here because he was assessing damage at his house from a tornado that came through and started just, I guess, west of Helena where I live.
Yeah, you had to take cover first.
I did, and it's like it just went in line. It was like me, then Rick, then Bubba, then you.
Yeah,
and then
same tornado. Well,
luckily, Helmsy and Adler were a little bit north of what was going on, but still close. And you left. You were here. Recap all that.
And
I kind of have.
I have to refeed the show from 12 to 4 on Thursdays. Is something I do, and I had about 45 minutes left.
Yeah,
and I'm watching. Luckily Lisa had gone to my mom and dad's house.
Yeah,
so she wasn't home. They have a basement. She was over there, and luckily nothing came to where they were.
Right.
It had a chance, depending on which way it was going.
Sure
it was close.
did. Yeah.
And anyway, so I get to watching and. On the view is unreal and the radar, and I was watching spanning them here, and they zero in and they go, the rotation's here, and all of a sudden I see the names of the roads, and I knew it was close anyway, and I said that's right on top of my house. So I thought Orlando sends me waiting until 4. So I called Hams. I said, I got to head that way because I don't know.
I could tell the concern in your voice was a little different. And you said, if span is right, it's all but on top of my house.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you start hearing street names, and you're like, okay, that's where I live.
And see, when they show the main roads, but they'll zoom in sometimes, and the smaller roads will pop up. And when they did, I saw Mark Green, Little John. I said, well, that's exactly where my house is.
That's it.
But we were so blessed. If it would have been 30, 40 yards to the west, they'd have been right on top.
Think about what you're saying, 30 or 40 yards. We're talking merely feet.
Because the trees are twisted. You know how they twist off, and they're laying one way, laying another way. So all that's like right behind the house.
Yeah.
And I had some trees down in the yard, a lot of shingles off top of the house. That's the only damage. No broken windows, nothing like that. I think my downspout, one of them's blown away. Not the whole thing, just the bottom part. So that's, I
you might find it in the woods.
We were so blessed. You won't hear me complain. I've been running a chainsaw and dragging brush, and I'm just tickled to death because a lot of people had got it bad.
Yeah,
and I'm glad Lisa wasn't there because you've heard them when they're close. I can't imagine that close how. And plus, stuff was just hitting the house everywhere,
especially by herself.
Yeah,
that was smart. Her going there with
of course, the minute I pull up, Mr. Buddy walks out of the garage. He wrote it out.
If he could talk, what do you think he'd say?
He looked at me like,
man, you ain't gonna believe what happened here.
Hey, my tail's between my legs a little bit.
When Marty comes by, I got a story for him.
Yeah, him and Marty had to go look at the damage. But I've had, family came over and helped cut the wood and stuff to clear the driveway. And then now I just have big piles of debris, and I'm going to have to deal with getting rid of them. But,
man.
And a lot of trees on my property behind my house that are just, when they uproot and you got the big root ball there, I got millions of those. So
yeah, it really is. It really is something else because when you were Marco Polo and us, you were in the woods and then you spun around and said, "There's the house," and I was surprised. I'm like, "Wow, that's close."
Yeah,
I
didn't realize how close.
You can throw a baseball and knock out a window.
Praise the Lord, we were very blessed.
You were.
So
and a lot of people weren't.
And one of the Marco Polos, probably going to get you in trouble here, but one of the Marco Polos you sent us, Lisa was coming out to help you, and she had a broom. What was she going to do with that broom?
She had been sweeping off the porch, and you know when you walk and you still got it in your hand for some reason, and she wanted to come here and look where I was at to see the tree. But I framed it like, hey, here she comes with a broom, going to sweep something in the woods. But nah, she was just walking with the broom for some reason.
I have seen more of the uprooted trees that you're talking about.
Oh, wow.
And then you got the tree, right? And you're dealing with that, and you cut it up, and then you got the big root system that's up.
So that's
and
what do you
it's
do
like,
with
what
that?
in the world? Can you push it back over or something?
I know, and the one in front of my house is gigantic.
Yeah,
it is huge.
It is.
You get a big piece of machinery or something, just push it back and cover it back
what
up.
And
what do you do with
yank
that?
it out, you got quite a hole to fill.
Yeah, you put a pull in. I mean, good night. What do you do? I mean, but you see a lot of those where it's just like you know. They've just been pushed over, and
I got
there's
two
so
of those.
many of them.
One's huge, one's not that huge in the front yard, and then the rest are behind my house. I'm gonna get to them but at least I can work, and they'll be not as, they're kind of out of sight.
Yeah,
and I got a guy coming by today, gonna knock some of them big leaners down because there's some big old trees that are leaning back there that I really don't want to deal with because I'll end up hitting myself.
Sure.
But
get a pro.
You got to have a sure enough
pro
logging saw to get on these big trees. I went and got me a steel. As you would think, there was a run on chainsaws.
I bet.
But anyway, so I've been wearing it out. I needed to get a new one anyway, so it was a good excuse.
There you go. And, you can handle the little stuff, but the big stuff, you want to get the pro in there.
Yeah.
You know how a couple of years ago, the tornado that hit Jacksonville State University, and Jack State was known for the old growth, and it just was so pretty, the big oak trees, now it's just so wide open now
different.
Because it's just different.
In front of Bibb Graves.
Yes.
Where the alumni house used to be.
Yeah, there's so much property that just looks different now. So Old Town Helena in the depot there, where you had what you call one of the best hamburgers ever.
The best hamburger.
You know how it was just so pretty and trees were all around. Now it's just wide open.
No.
It's just Old Town got hit, and that was the one that's the same tornado now. That when we were in our safe place, and then here it comes, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's right on top of us. Just missed our subdivision, didn't miss a lot, but did miss ours, hit Old Town, and then just kept going towards Rick's and then Bubba's, and then kept going, and then ended up at your place.
The running thing. With
good
any
night.
bad storm that gets close to us,
and then Georgia had to deal with it.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
Yeah,
when I hear Pell City, and then all of a sudden you hear Raglan. Every time, if they say Raglan, then they're going to say Ohatchee, and then they're going to say, here they come. It does it every time. If I hear it going down that track, I know, well, it's either, this is the first time it came right on us. Usually it's above us or below us. But, this time it was a little tighter. Yeah. But every time I hear Raglan, I go, here, look out. Here we go.
When you were doing the Marco Polo with us, I could see when you were walking through the woods, I could see shingles. Was that shingles from your house or other people's homes?
Now that I'm not sure, but I think it was probably from mine because I had a good bit. That's basic. But I was surprised I had no water in the house, because, hey, after when I got home, it became a downpour like you ain't ever seen. Then the guys got out the next day and covered it.
Okay.
But
the rain. Good
so
night,
now I get to deal with insurance and all that. For some reason, my phone, I don't know if there was damage or this stupid phone. I've never had a great signal at home, but now it's just gone. I can't. So I was trying to talk to people when I was out in the yard.
It might be a tower issue.
Yeah. And it's not working. I mean, at home, at my house. It's
but
driving
me
nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's obviously something going on.
But I'm saying but Lisa seems to be working.
Oh, really?
That's stupid phone.
Have you rebooted it?
Yeah, yesterday, finally.
I don't know why I say that.
I couldn't turn it
I would
off.
have asked.
I didn't know how to turn it off, by the way.
When in
Lisa
doubt,
had to show me.
reboot. Oh, really?
I didn't know.
Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. So if this is your first time tuning in or watching, we do what the show is, or the hour is named. We kick things off. We kick things off for Rick and Bubba. And we kind of skim the surface of some of the stories of the day. Some personal items are discussed as well, kind of like Greg on Friday. He missed the show cleaning up a lot of debris, down trees on his property, a little bit of roof damage. He's getting through it. But, boy, I tell you, how about when you pull up and you don't know what to I mean, you kind of have an idea, okay, this could be bad, especially from the drive-in, because when I spoke to you, everything was backed up.
Yeah.
And you had a mixture of sightseers that just wanted to get out, which you shouldn't, and then just trying to get home.
People trying to see what
And
happened.
you were really frustrated. And so when you pull in, you see that first tree.
I said, wow, that's a big one.
That's a big one. That's not a good
my driver's blocked.
Oh, wow, okay. That's not a good way to start.
And my dang outdoor, for lack of a better word, chandelier, whatever you call it, on the front porch, one of them, see, they swing anyway. I bet they were banging. But one of them it fell apart and was hanging all upside down, busted glass everywhere. And Buddy's running around in the glass.
Yeah.
Because I'm on the porch. He thinks he needs to be there. And I'm screaming like he can hear, understands I'm telling him there's glass. Of course, then there he went. I'm 1 foot up because he done got it stuck.
Oh, gosh.
But, yeah, it was.
How about outdoor furniture?
Oh, this is just typical my luck. The week before when we had the forecast, I put all my outdoor furniture and my grill and everything up.
Okay.
This last one, I was like, It was strewn everywhere. Had a big tree on top of one of them. And my grill, I think I really hadn't looked at it good yet. Mm-hmm. I think I can put it back together.
Put it back together?
Well, I just dumped like the grate and all that out of it.
Okay.
I'll have to check it out. But I haven't really looked at it close.
You're kicking yourself like, why didn't I put that back?
There was a tree in the backyard. And that was the closest one to the house. Mm-hmm. Well, no, the big one in the front was pretty close too. But anyway, and up under it was like some of my lawn furniture.
Yeah,
and they were strode everywhere.
You can't have.
So
that.
you had probably what 2.5 hours before it got dark.
Yeah.
So what did you tend to first?
Yeah.
Like, what was your thought of going? Okay, I got to go check this out. Number one.
Yeah.
I went in through upstairs and everything, make sure there was no leaking.
Yeah.
And then I tried to get out, and I was trying to get that glass off the front porch, and it came the biggest rain and lightning downpour. So I said, forget it. And I just piled up. And Lisa was at Mom and Dad's. I went over there, came back to the house about 11 o'clock that night. And how about this? Kudos to Cherokee Electric, because, I mean, I was in the mindset we ain't going to have power for days.
And it was out, obviously, at the moment.
So we get back at 11 o'clock. It's still out. And I'm going, look, I get it. Middle of about 2 a.m, it comes on.
Wow.
Been on ever since.
Scared you half to death?
I said, yeah, I did. All of a sudden that clock was blinking in my face, and I went, wait a minute, the power's on.
What the? Yeah.
And but it was.
Why are the lights on?
Well, we had a lot of lights on.
Yeah.
Of course, it warmed up enough where I wanted to run the air, and I might have called Stig off.
Oh, no.
It's always something. I don't think it's storm related, but anytime you go from heat to air, a lot of times you got to get a little something done. No. So I got to holler at them. I'll add them to the list of people.
A few things.
Of course, I think it's going to cool off for a little while. So maybe.
Yeah, a couple of days at least.
But when the power came on, I was stoked. I couldn't believe it. I said, "No, that's
a big win."
Yeah, you're out in the yard cutting, and then you can go in the house and have lights and everything. Yeah. DirecTV went out. Guy came out and fixed it.
Well, look at you.
Dish got a little.
I bet it. I bet it. Yeah. Ask Mr. Buddy; he could tell you.
Yeah,
let me tell you what happened.
Funny when he comes strolling out that door in the garage. I always leave him. Lisa said if she left, he was in there. He gets in his bed and hides. He don't like lightning and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, I can hear Mr. Buddy saying, "Mr. Greg, you just ain't gonna believe what happened here today."
He was standing at the door like, "Dang,
yeah, I've been looking for your truck. Where you been?"
Yeah. And how about this morning? Y'all gonna love this.
Uh-oh.
No.
I guess my mind's just because. So I leave my driveway, take a left, and I'm heading this way from my house to 204, which is the main highway. You know what's that?
Rudy Abbott Highway.
That's right.
That's right.
It's 4 miles. Okay.
Yeah.
About 4 miles. Seems longer, but it's 4 miles. I'm trucking down through there. I'm making. I'm leaving the time I normally want time, and I went and put the brakes on, and all of a sudden I heard shh, poop. Today was trash day. I had the trash can loaded in the back of my truck, and I went out the driveway, took a left, and never checked that. If it hadn't have slid, There's no telling where it would have ended up.
It would be down here in our parking lot. I know that.
If it didn't flip over, you know.
I love how you go. Boom.
You know, boom. And I said,
What the heck is
so
that?
I had to turn around, go back 4 miles.
Sure you did. Good night.
As many times.
There's a lot going
you
on
think
right
about
now.
how many
I get
times
it.
I've put that can out since
Yeah.
I worked here. And the majority of the time I do it that way. I throw it in my truck and drop it out on my way out Monday morning to work. And sometimes I'll push it down there on Sunday just for a little exercise. But all these years, that's the first time I've done that.
Now, for those that don't know how far you live off the road, how far is it?
It's a quarter of a mile.
So that's why he's got it in the truck.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not going to pull it down there for a quarter of a mile.
But
That's also why he said exercise.
Yeah, but also
quarter of a
think-
mile there and back. I don't know if y'all know this or not. Is that half a mile?
That's half a
I mean, what I'm saying is, it's not a quarter of a mile. Just
because
you're
you
going
gotta come
both
back.
ways.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
but when I
So you
heard
got a quarter of a mile to forget about it.
I do. That's what happened.
do,
And
by
that's
the
what
way.
happened. But I heard
It can
that
be a long,
slide.
That's a
long
long
way.
time.
Yes.
Guys, I heard a boom. And I
What's
went,
that?
golly, bum. I knew it the minute I heard it. I turned around, went back.
Felt like a good.
Golly. First time I've done that, though, because, you would think in the mornings, a lot of times
Yeah.
your mind's not. I've never done it, though.
What were you just already thinking about something else?
What if I hadn't have known it and when I hit I-20, I cranked it up about 75 mile an hour?
And people, you ever had somebody come up and wave at you? The truck,
yeah.
you're like, "What's that good and want?"
Yeah, like when people drive off and leave something on top of the car.
Yeah, and you're just trying to help them, and they're probably thinking, "Why is he yelling at me?" There's trash going everywhere.
Yeah, so that was good this morning. But it's my first time that's happened, so I'll think about it.
There's a part of me that wishes you wouldn't have noticed it. It would have flew out on the interstate.
Yes.
Not hurt anybody.
No.
And you got home today going, where in the heck's the trash can?
yeah. I know I put it out.
Did they take the can with them? All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back now, 29 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here. Rick and Bubba join us in about 30 minutes from now. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is the Rick and Bubba Show, kickoff hour live. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from now for the main show. We thank you for being with us. All right, so if you missed the first 30 minutes of this hour, go back and check it out a little bit later in the podcast today, because Greg gave a good update on his situation from the tornadoes and storms that rolled through much of Alabama, central Alabama at least, and into Georgia. I can't forget them. As Helmsy said, Noonan, Georgia hit pretty good as well last week. And so he missed Friday's show dealing with that. He's back today, updating everybody good. A lot of downed trees, roof damage. A lot better than others around him. But still, it's your life, and there's handles you have to deal with. So we are back and ready to go today. Today is something, I wish, and we've talked about this. Today is piano day. And, I always tell you what, and I always told y'all, my mom, and you, Helmsy, have mentioned it too. My mom used to teach piano at my house, and I never learned how to play piano.
So she taught all these other people, but never you.
Yeah, and she would sit me down. I think I learned how to play We Three Kings.
So that was your go-to.
My little thing. And
every time anybody showed up, watch this, We Three Kings.
But, I feel like I really dropped the ball on that. Because I could just, I could sit back and, I picture myself, hey, Terry, sit down over there. Let me play a little song.
Or you might be another Elton John.
Yeah, I always wish I would have played. We actually have a piano at our house. And
looks good.
Nobody ever sits in front of it and plays it. Caroline had her little run where she wanted to learn. Spent a bunch of money on an app to teach her. And then all of a sudden I think it was my mom that asked her last weekend if she was still playing. She's like, no. One of my regrets, though, wish I'd have played.
Me too.
Wish I'd have listened to my sounds.
Dadgummit.
See?
My mom. Goodness.
Dang it.
One of y'all might have been Elton John Jr.
Well, I just wish I could sit down and play.
Yeah, something.
Just to
be
kill
sharp.
5 minutes and be sharp.
Take requests from the family.
Yeah. I mean,
We Three Kings.
Don't know the first thing about it.
Gosh, almighty.
Such wasted.
I know.
Wasted talent.
Dang it. I didn't have any interest in it at all. Little stupid redheaded kid.
Yeah.
Just too busy, huh, buddy? Sit down with your mom.
Yeah.
I mean, they came to our house. Like, people, is Miss Wilburn here?
Yeah.
I mean, like, they came in and sat down in the house, and she
Same
taught
thing
piano.
with my grandmother. Yeah. And we were there a lot. That's where we would go stay. She lived about 5 minutes from our house, and we would go. Jay and I would go over there and stay for hours in time. Mom and Dad both worked, and she kept us during the day. And it was sitting there whole day.
You had plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Good night alive.
I mean, and I don't know how many times she poor little heart just asked us. We turned her down.
Yeah.
Nah, I'll be outside playing ball if you need me.
Yeah.
That's what we were doing. That's what I would do anyway. Jay, for the most part, do the same.
Tell you what you wasn't doing is playing piano.
Now, Jay did give it a little more than I did. He gave it a little more than I did.
Right.
He'd hit chopsticks every now and then.
Yeah.
Speaking of playing ball, I looked at the. There's a lot of sports on this past weekend.
Yeah.
I looked at the NCAA men's basketball March Madness going on. There, the Rick and Bubba Challenge is out there. I hadn't even checked to see how everybody was doing, but I saw. I hate how Alabama lost last night. They got beat by UCLA, and the Elite Eight is set. And they just had an off night at the free throw line and 3-pointers and got it into overtime.
It was amazing that they were able to even do that.
Yeah. I screamed. I couldn't believe it because Alex Reese for Alabama threw up a prayer. And how far out was he?
Oh,
it had to be just inside half court. I mean,
it's about 8-10 feet behind the 3-point line, it looked
was
like.
About half the distance between the 3-point line and half court and just threw it up, nothing but net. So sends them into overtime, and you're thinking, okay, they'll regroup and they'll take care of UCLA, but then UCLA couldn't miss, and Alabama ended up getting beat by 10, so they're out. And
I couldn't figure out who I was more disappointed in last night when I went to bed, Jacksonville State football or Alabama basketball. And for those of you that watched any of the Jacksonville State game know what I'm talking about with the spring football we have going on. But I watched a ton of March Madness this weekend and enjoyed it. I really hope to hear from Bucky Beaver today at some point because Oregon State's still in it.
Are they still in it?
I think they play today with a chance to go to the Final Four.
How about that?
How's your bracket looking?
Well, the boss is upset. He had Alabama winning it all. And he was leading the family bracket challenge thing, majigger we have. And so
he was screaming if they just hit their free throw.
I mean, yeah, he was.
Yeah.
If they would just hit half of them, they would have won.
Can you answer me this? Because and maybe
Half
it's
the ones
happened.
they missed. I mean,
Maybe it's happened. I don't know. I probably need to be versed in this. Gonzaga is now 29-0.
I think yeah.
And it doesn't even look like anybody's going to beat them, to be honest with you. And they got this guy that's got this mustache, Greg, that you would love. Handlebar.
Got
I
him
mean,
a
just
good-
all the way around. I mean, he's like 7 foot something.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, has there ever been a team start to finish win the championship and be undefeated in basketball?
No.
I don't know.
Because if there's not, I mean,
Games.
they really have. This is their opportunity. This is a good opportunity for them to do.
And
this.
I feel so sorry for everybody because for the first part of the game, everybody's playing with them, and I just go, well, God love y'all. You know, you think you right now you think you can play with them, and then before you know it, you know they're winning. They're leading by 15 to 20. It's just really something else.
It is.
They're a machine, is what they are. So good luck to everybody.
I'm gonna do a little research. We may be watching some history here just with the college basketball in general. Because let's think about it. Is it 29-0 that they are now?
I know. The last I saw was 28-0, and I guess they've only played one since then.
So is it how many games they have left? 2 or 3. So they're going to be in the 30s, 31 or 32-0 if they were to win it all. Has that ever been done? That's what I want to know.
Boy, that's a great question.
Surely it has, or they'd be talking about it more, right?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
I tell you what, they're a fun bunch to watch, and I don't know what it is with the West Coast. First of all, we figured out the Big Ten outside of Michigan stinks in basketball this year, and we're overrated. The West Coast is ridiculous. We're talking about the Zags, UCLA, USC won last night. Oregon State's in it.
The Beavers.
Who did
It's a lot
USC
of-
beat? Was it Oregon?
Yeah, they beat
Okay.
Oregon, which was also
Yeah.
one of those were going to be there. The West Coast seems to be showing
I was
out.
not able to sit down and watch a lot of it, but I did try to watch some of the Alabama game. But Bubba says UCLA he thinks they've gone undefeated all the way through
Okay.
back in the day.
With
Oh, yeah,
Wooden.
they probably were undefeated like 5 years in a row or something.
Yeah,
Wooden.
yeah. So there's your a real quick update. If all of you filled out a bracket and you're kind of paying attention to see how it's going, there were some upsets. Bama was a 2 seed, got beat by UCLA, the 11 seed, so that's definitely one. But UCLA, it's all about getting hot at the right time. And UCLA, I wouldn't want to play them. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't want to take anything away from them. Now, I mean, it is all you got to do is look at the stat line and watch what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
If Alabama does anything, I mean, if they do halfway what they've done all year, they easily win this ball game.
Yeah,
and
for
then
sure.
if you hit your free throws, you win the ball game.
Right.
But you can't take UCLA did it when they were supposed to.
Yeah.
So
Now Bubba's texting me from his office. He's giving me updates.
Yeah.
UCLA, he says they did it 4 times.
There are 7 undefeated college basketball national champions in the NCAA tournament era.
are there well, we may be looking at
64, 67, 72, and 73.
this. How many games did they play back then? As many?
Like 75 to 76. Indiana was 32-0.
There you
Yeah, I
go.
was going to say 76 Indiana Hoosiers did it.
So that's
72,
32.
73, UCLA was 30-0, and they were 30-0 in 71, 72. They were 30-0 in 66 and 67. 30-0, 63, 64. Those are all UCLA. And then North Carolina was 32-0 in 56 and 57. 55, 56. San Francisco was 29-0.
And isn't that the span where UCLA won 10 titles in 12 years?
Yes, unreal.
Just saying that.
And they were undefeated.
I know.
Yeah, they were undefeated in 4 seasons. Wow.
So they're chasing history. They're not making history.
Right.
The Zags.
They're
That's it.
joining an elite,
Yeah.
an elite group.
Wow.
I threw that in there.
It's good stuff.
Well, it sounded good.
Threw that in there. It did sound good.
Yeah. Well,
And it would be an elite group, so there's nothing wrong there.
yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll come back 15 minutes until top of the hour. We thank all of you for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. They join us right after top of the hour as we start a brand new week with you. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, the number. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by Gabby.com/Bubba. Gabby spelled GABI.com. You know, I know we all want to save money, and you don't have to ask me. You know I do. Well, how about when it comes to, your homeowner's insurance, your car insurance? A lot of you do not understand what you're paying for, the coverage. Am I paying too much? What's the deal here? Well, they come in, Gabby does, and gives you an apples-to-apples comparison of your current coverage with 40 of the top insurance providers, like Allstate, Farmers, State Farm, Travelers, just to name a few, Progressive, Nationwide. It really is simple. What they do is they link your current insurance account. In a few minutes, they'll be able to give you a quote on if you're paying too much by all the insurance providers and some that I just mentioned. And again, it's the same coverage that you have now. You're not going to downgrade the coverage and move to somebody else. They're basically going to say, look, here's what you have. I'm going to shop. I'm going to tell you right now if you can do better with somebody else. So check it out right now at Gabby.com/Bubba. Think about the savings of an average of about $1,000 a year. That could be you, because that's what they are saying that they save their customers. So check it out right now. They never sell your insurance, so no annoying spam or robocalls. Don't worry about that. Go to Gabby.com/Bubba. It's totally free to check, and there's no obligation. Again, it's Gabby.com/Bubba, GABI.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and go check that out. They getting a lot of great feedback from you on those that are taking advantage of that. All right, so we've kind of set the table for today. Will and me could spin at any moment. That's there for you. Everybody back together again. Greg back in studio. We've updated his situation at the old house, and so skim the surface a little bit with the men's NCAA bracket. I did not know this until my dad, because he's everything Mississippi State, and I didn't know that Arkansas swept them in baseball this past weekend. He informed me of that. I also didn't know that the men's basketball team made a run in the NIT and lost in the finals. I had no idea, but the NIT just finished up, and Mississippi State men's basketball team made it to the final game and lost. But I had no idea.
So they were the 67th team or 68th
I guess
team?
so. Yeah, they finished second in that, so they got beat in the finals.
Boy.
Had no idea. Because I know y'all make fun of the NIT.
I do.
But
we
I
do.
This is
because there's a lot with 60.
That means if you finish in the finals and you get beat, you're the 70th best team.
Yeah, it's just really more of an update that my dad knows everything Mississippi State, and he was just giving me an update on it. Yeah. I guess some can use it as a great. It's almost like mania.
It's like a horrible bowl game.
Yeah, making a meaningless bowl. You use it for more.
That's exactly what it's for.
More court time.
But we shouldn't turn it into because when you win the NIT, all it means is you
had a bad year.
Yeah, you had a really bad year.
Or for some that are rebuilding, they might have had a good year. Made it to the NIT. Who knows? But
you can do it however you want to do it. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, however you want to look at it.
I'll tell you this: if I'm in the NIT tournament as a coach, my job's on the line. If I hadn't made the tournament,
depending on who you play with,
yeah.
Who you coach, because some schools they just don't have a legendary historic program that make the tournament every year, and so I guess there's a ladder you can climb. Maybe that's the first step. I have no idea. I don't follow them, or it's just my dad's so funny. He knows it all. Yeah. Hey, son, have you heard? No?
Well, I know Sister Jean is sitting at the house today disappointed.
She is. Good night. I saw a little something with her talking and firing everybody up. I'm like, boy, she has still got fun, just tons of energy, man.
Those two great stories of Loyola and Oral Roberts are no more, so we don't get the – I know the cancel culture's happy.
What happened to Oral Roberts?
Huh? Yeah, they did, Greg.
Yeah, they did, Greg.
Sure
Let's
did.
leave it there.
Nearly said it right in the microphone. Hello, Arkansas.
Yep.
So the Arkansas Razorbacks are the SEC's hope for sticking in this thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, I know.
Just stop.
Yeah.
Stop. Okay.
And Buddy Buckets is out too.
Buddy Buckets out.
Buddy Buckets.
Syracuse out.
He had a tough
Where's
first.
Buddy
half.
Buckets?
Yeah, they got on him a little bit. Oh, Buddy. Dang it.
NIT. I'm looking up the NIT bracket to see who all was in it. Now you got me wondering.
Well, no, it's basically the losers bracket, and so it's the, you're the best of the losers bracket. It's the consolation bracket. But anyway, the update was more just my dad could tell you everything Mississippi State going on. So this past weekend, I know you spent a lot of time in the yard.
Oh.
Helmsy, the picture you sent us of what job you had ahead of you, I was like, well, how do you even approach that? I guess just section at a time. You had so much pine straw to put out, and you got it done. I mean, it looks great.
Yeah, I got it. I did,
but that's wow.
Yeah,
Good night.
That's where the voice and the struggle's coming from today. Because every time I would take the pine straw out of the roll or the bale, you just see yellow, just a cloud of yellow dust.
Yeah.
So I was in that. So I get so for those that get pine straw, you can either get them in rolls or you can get them in bales. Mm-hmm. And the rolls is supposed to be 2.5 bales. Usually you get about 2.5. Mm-hmm. So I had 30 rolls, which would equal, if you ever bought a bed, it'd be 60 bales. We'll just do common math and leave the half out of it.
Common math.
60 bales or 30 rolls, and then I had 20 bags of mulch. So at 10 after 8, I got started. And I always get them to put the pine straw at the top. That way I can work my way down. And then I get them to put the mulch at the bottom by the basketball goal because it's
So you have it delivered?
Yes,
okay.
I have to. I don't have any,
Yeah.
Which is another, like Amanda the other day. Yeah. This is how oblivious she is to our yard situation when it comes to what we need. Mm-hmm. Hey, why don't we swap cars today? I'll take the SUV so I can go get the mulch and pine straw. And I said,
in the SUV.
I said, time out.
First of all, that'd be a mess.
First of all, how are you going to get 60 bales in the SUV? Well, I didn't know we needed that much. And I'm like, yeah.
And the fact
like if I had a truck, I'd have to go 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. A bunch of pine straw in the SUV.
Correct. Yeah. Don't forget that. So
but
started off with the mulch, and what I do is I would get the bags of mulch, which is with my back, and I thank goodness I'm going tomorrow and hopefully getting this thing fixed up for a little bit with a block. But you take the bags and I just kind of put them out.
Yeah.
Well, once I got them all out, it was around 9:00. Caroline came out. She's the one that only cares about me when it comes to stuff. She comes out there and she goes, "Can I help?" And I said, "Can you help?" "Absolutely, you can help." And so we kind of placed everything in order, and then I started cutting up the bags of mulch, and we're spreading it, and we knock it out pretty quick. I mean, within an hour, we've got that done. So then I start thinking, okay.
Now, is this the time when you Marco Polo'd and you were so out of breath you had to stop?
Right, so
that was funny.
Restart.
Yeah. That was fun, guys.
So what that was,
guys, let me regroup.
So what that was about?
I can't breathe.
That was before. That was just me simply taking
There's another snake.
the bags of mulch from where it was to its proper place.
Okay, that's hauling.
That's hauling mulch. So I'd put 2 bags here, and I'd walk it up these steps and into the area and drop it. So that's why I was out of breath, and I had to do that about.
That was the first
10 or 15 times.
with us Marco Polo, and where the person that was talking said, "Give me a second."
I had to tap out,
and I'm going to be right back.
I just apologize, John. I can't talk. I can't breathe.
Give me a minute.
I'll get back with you.
Let me gather myself.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So then Caroline said, "What's the plan for the pine straw?" And I said, "Well, I'm not sure if I've ordered enough because I just don't. I don't know. It's been a while, so I said let's make sure we hit the areas that I know need it, and then we'll kind of fill in the gaps." She said, "Okay." So she starts, and we get probably one little section, and she goes, "I think I'm gonna take a break," which meant I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
like I knew
that's on you.
Yeah, this is the rest of it's on you. Which
Good luck with it,
and that
Dad.
was fine. She had helped. She turned it around for me because when y'all saw me struggling, I was talking in my mind like, man, I'm just gonna knock out this mulch and then I'll do the pine straw tomorrow next week. But her helping me with the mulch got me in a mode of, okay, wow, so you can actually tackle it. Now, I wasn't planning.
Caught his breath.
I was not planning on doing every bit of the pine straw on Saturday.
Yeah.
I worked from 10 after 8. I took an hour break for lunch around 1 to 2. Did lay down for about 15 minutes just to kind of get everything together. And then I worked right up until 5 o'clock. Of course, I couldn't walk Sunday.
No.
At all.
And you sound great.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with
Ooh,
us.
it brings me to my knees.
A brand new hour has begun. The national anthem will get us started, and then we'll jump into another hour.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early
It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Here we go. We'll look back over the stories of the weekend. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And the Wheel of Meat is back in play and can spin any moment. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here to start another hour. And across the way, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How are you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome on in to Rick and Bubba.
I was searching. The Electric Light Orchestra. For those of you that never knew what those three letters stood for.
Yep, that's it.
Well, Bubba, we've got much to discuss from the weekend. I often come back from a weekend, and sometimes I have weekends I just kind of disconnect and get away from what's going on in the world. And then there's that anxious feeling as you creep back into the office and you get in the studio and there's a stack of papers there, and you're just like, well, I wonder what's happened.
Here we go.
Wonder what's happened since we've been gone. And so unpacking some of the bizarre headlines that we'll work through today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one out over the weekend, our interview with Oliver North. You can go consume that on your time. If you didn't catch it over the weekend, it's available wherever you get podcasts. So take a note of that. We have Bubba Stories from the Road. We've got your birthday weekend. I hope it went great.
Oh, it was.
I hope you had a good birthday, buddy.
We'll recap that starting with Friday. It was a great weekend. Love these weekends.
Yep. So we've got that. The
Hey, birthday cake.
The cancel culture has put Cinderella in the crosshairs. Got that today. That ought to be a doozy. Somebody keeps mentioning somebody Lil Nas. You ever heard anything about that? That was my number one email and text over the weekend. I had.
You mean it wasn't the ship that was blocking the Suez Canal?
No.
What if you're that guy? What if you're the guy that did that?
By the
shut
way,
world trade down.
Yeah. Have you seen the backlog of boats behind?
Did I hear
it?
$9 billion a day? It's costing.
It's costing $9 billion a day in supplies coming in.
Yeah.
If we didn't already have supply problems.
Did you see Babylon B? They said Chick-fil-A went and moved it and got it moving again.
That's so good. I will say, speaking of this, that is hilarious.
I did not see that.
Yeah, well, I tried. I tried to go to Taco Bell yesterday in Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. And the place is always doing great business. It was closed, and it said there was this. I don't know if it can't have anything to do with this, but it said due to not being able to get supplies, they don't have enough for whatever the delay is getting them their stuff. That they didn't have enough to fill a menu, so it's a limited item, so they shut her down.
Bless you, Taco Bell.
So you're telling me
I really wanted a quesadilla.
So the Suez Canal shutdown could have affected.
Now, I don't know if that's affected it, but something, their supply chain has been held up.
What if you're that guy? Back to y'all's original question.
Maybe it's all the chips they're putting in the vaccine.
Yeah, could be that. Greg, what about? People. What if you're the person that got turned around?
Oh, really?
They got
I think I'm stuck.
They got it floating just a little bit.
They said, but it ain't what it needs to be.
No, it's not.
And I saw that.
How do you wedge that thing in there sideways to begin with? I mean, who wasn't paying attention? I thought all that was done with computers. Now I thought it navigated for you through things like that.
And I thought, don't you, when you come in an area, you give it up, and somebody professional drives you in that's used to it.
Yeah.
You know, there's these guys that just take the ships in.
No, you're right. They bring them, and then they I guess a local pilot, I guess is what they call
he
it.
meets you out there and he brings it in.
I know nothing about the Suez Canal, far as that part of it, but I know you can drive a bass boat through locks and dams here in Alabama. I know that.
The only one that I can think of, if you'll remember, the guy that took the cruise ship to wave at somebody and flipped it over.
Yes,
you remember that?
yes.
Gosh, that's good.
That was another oops.
Yeah. So,
hey man, my bad.
So we'll.
I mean, don't you have a depth finder on that thing? Come on.
Surely you do.
I mean, every bass boat's got one of those.
If that canal is that important for world trade, you better have everything you need.
I mean, why don't they have something pulling you through there like the Okefenokee Swamp you hook onto and it carries you right down the middle of it?
Because there's a conspiracy that was done on purpose.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Sure.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. Like everything else,
look at all the boats behind it.
You're going to see a lot more regulations put in after we get this thing out of the way on how we do this.
There was concern because of all the shipping boats that are backed up. Adler just showed you in the Gulf there behind it that it's ripe for pirates now. So you even see they're in a bit of a circle formation, trying to protect themselves.
Ooh, Captain Phillips.
Yep.
Captain Phillips.
Good movie.
Greg, your house okay, buddy?
Yeah. Praise the Lord, man. We were blessed. It could have been if that baby jumps just a little west.
Yeah.
When I say a little, I'm talking 40 yards maybe.
Right.
Or less. You saw the picture.
Yeah.
Now, you don't understand. It's right in the backyard. Just trees just twisted off and roof damage. But and I got a little bit of on the front, what do you call that, facial board, whatever all that is. I got some of that. But basically everything's good.
Right.
It didn't even have a broken window.
He said he pulled up Mr. Buddy, came out of the garage.
He did. Had a look on his face like,
Buddy, you should have been here.
I made it.
Mr. Buddy's like, hey, you missed it.
But and I got a lot of trees down on my property. A lot of them.
Yeah. Tons. Snap like twigs.
Oh, yeah. And a bunch of them uprooted and laying over.
Oh, sure.
Golly, got to deal with that.
Got the hell root ball sitting there.
One gigantic one.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Right in the front yard.
Sure.
But, hey, I'm not complaining at all.
No.
I'll fire the chainsaw up and have fun.
15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us today. Let's go. All right, so let's start unpacking the stories of the day and personal stuff from over the weekend. Bubba, we start with the final main event of Marty Bubba. And Marty Bubba, we did this with the birthdays on the show. This means his birthdays go over several days like Mardi Gras. It's Marty, whoever the person is.
Yeah, your family actually brought that to the
started,
table, and when I saw it, I quickly adapted.
Yeah,
I like that.
We started.
Just like shaving in the shower I got from Speedy.
That's right.
The little things we rub off on each other.
So Bubba's
I don't know what I've rubbed off on y'all, and probably none of it is good, if any.
We actually, so Bubba actually turned 57 on Saturday, the official birthday. And so that was kind of so tell us about your birthday weekend, because it really was your birthday weekend this past weekend.
Well, no, it all started here, and I appreciate y'all. We had a great time Friday, and I want to thank Eggers and Speedy for getting that birthday cake. Wow. Hey, wow, that birthday cake.
Yeah, that's a good
That get you through the weekend?
As I was driving in this morning, I was discussing with myself. I think I probably ate too much birthday cake over the weekend.
I
know that's surprising.
That's very surprising.
So I'll be birthday free for a few days on birthday cake. Right. So, that'll probably test to see exactly how good the insulin is still being made in my body.
You hit it hard.
Too hard. It's just hard to quit.
Right.
I found myself eating a piece like after every meal. Just dessert. But you just keep on.
Right,
And you don't get tired of it.
Yeah.
Birthday
and I would have thought that maybe that Red Lobster scare might have had you going in with a different attitude, but it just
what? That and see, all of that together was bad.
Yeah.
That last week was bad.
Right.
I mean, we gotta make some massive corrections today. This last week was a cheat week.
Right.
And it was bad.
Yeah.
Bad. I thought after that meal I felt like a little bit like Thanksgiving. Did y'all? Did y'all overeat like I did?
Yeah.
Probably not like you did, but close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one of those things. Rarely do I eat to the point I go, well, I don't feel good. And that was.
Yeah, it's no fun. and it's supposed
But you know what?
It's supposed to make you not want to do it again.
Right. Well,
And it doesn't work for about a day on me.
Yeah.
Then I forget.
Yeah. Well, I think,
kind of like back in the drinking days. Hey, by the way, never again.
No, I ain't doing that again.
I'm not drinking that.
Looking back, I think I've probably skipped Red Lobster too much.
Yeah.
And then I tried to catch up all at once. So what I've got to do, I've got to like a pressure cooker, I got to bleed the pressure off a little bit every now and then. So I need to go by and get me some Red Lobster every now and then, so I don't just build up to an all-out massacre.
And I've got
shrimp.
And I've got to restructure that of coming some sort of bizarre. Only I could come up with this kind of a game plan that somehow me trying to overeat at Red Lobster was my gift to you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's true, man. We felt like we were letting him down.
I'm like, what kind of sense does that make? I mean, what
like I'm making Bubba proud.
What am I doing?
Look, look at me eating again. Another help.
We had a,
Look, Bob, I'm trying to have a heart attack. Happy birthday.
Yeah, we had a big table. Everybody was in a good mood, and
well, you had requested that.
Look, it really reminded me of the term a feast.
Right. It's the best I've ever seen you do. I mean, I think it was a month out. You said get this down on the calendar, and everybody had to put underneath have a good attitude.
Right. Be in a good mood.
Yeah, you'll be in a good mood.
Because sometimes
everybody's
and I kind of felt that way with
I'm
all
too
the
busy. I wish I didn't have this day.
Plumbing things. So
I've got all kinds of stuff going on. I just keep putting off.
We got the leak stopped, but now I don't have any ice. I mean, it's just we can't. It's like it's undefeated. We can't get a hold of it. Yeah. It's like trying to catch an eel or something.
Right. Yeah, your ice machine is like you being a boxer or a wrestler, and there's this champion you can't beat.
Well, it's not even a machine. This is the ice maker in the refrigerator now. That's what was leaking.
Oh.
So, but anyway, we had a great weekend. Kids came up, and we got out and did a little boating this weekend. So,
the boat's fixed.
It was a lot of fun. Yep. After we got towed in. Yep. Got that fixed.
I noticed you worked late Thursday. I was on my way home and I heard a special report from Bill Bubba Bus out.
Greg hadn't had a chance to weigh in on this.
Guys, I was like,
No, it happened to me too, Greg. Of course,
I'm on my way home. I
was
think
in
my house is blown away. And all of a sudden I hear Craig Allen go, "We're going to get a report from Bill Bubba Bussy on the damage." And I was like, "What is he doing?"
You're assessing your house. I was in the middle of a tornado.
Yeah, right there at it.
Yeah, right there.
Bubba was out
Called into service.
calling in damage.
Greg, tornadoes going northeast. I was going southwest.
But but yeah, do y'all understand?
Oh no, Greg!
I'm listening to
no.
coverage.
This has got to break it down.
You and I had the same exact experience.
I'm flying towards the house, and I'm on that station because they've been giving you. They'd already gone back to local. You know, we didn't have a warning for about 2 minutes.
I had the same experience.
And all of a sudden, I hear next segment. We're going to hear from Bill Bubba Bussy of the Rick and Bubba Show. He's out and assessing the damage, and here he comes.
Yeah, so were you out in it? Did you get out in it, or were you from the house?
I did.
Greg, I got
Second
the
report.
Greg, I got
was
the famous.
out.
In 6 minutes, we hear from Bill Bubba.
you like me? Like what?
I was like, what?
Bubba, this is like the night you remember during Snowmageddon, and we were all here, and me and you were on air until like 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Greg, look, you know where they're having. If he can get involved, he's got to.
Oh yeah.
You
You didn't prank call him by the way we did.
No, I didn't have time.
Greg, you know what that is? Too much ham in me.
I was trying to find the chainsaws.
But the promo of it was the best part.
And I pictured him doing the storm
6
report.
minutes.
I pictured him doing the report with his helmet still on. Greg, 6 minutes. Bill Bubba Bussy, the Rick and Bubba Show.
I was like,
give us a
I know-
report on storm damage.
It was funny.
was out.
It was funny unless
Greg,
you,
we don't need
unless
no
you didn't know
excuse.
where
We
your
got-
car was. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was like, and then I wore. Well,
I got to know, was it informative?
yeah, it was.
He told you what the damage was.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
He painted the picture. You knew it was bad.
Yeah. Now he had authoritative Sears voice on.
Oh yeah. Now he was pro.
Yeah. But let me tell you what's funny. At one
He wasn't no
point,
good old boy theater.
At one point, though, I thought to myself, knowing that what all we've been through. At one point, I thought to myself, is this similar to that time that Bubba and I did reports from the time trials at Talladega?
I've heard that story. I've heard that story. Yeah.
No, I was there.
Is that not a great
Well, you
story?
know, I think in this case, you know,
Sitting there in that den.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
lots of structural damage. Trees down.
you know, in this case, I didn't have to go to do it. The storm came to me, so it was
Watching TV.
all I had to do was look out the window.
Bad house damage here over in Eagle Point.
Greg, some really rough stuff just over the hill from me.
Rick, and let's see here. It looks a little backed up.
I'm looking at some trees down.
That was it. I was literally standing in the backyard. I could see houses destroyed. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, I actually had to go out that way for the first time yesterday, and because it like Greg, it was closer to your house than ours, but it was close enough that, like say, Sherry and Brody could hear
That's a bad sound.
the freight train, and I actually saw the actual track for the first time over the weekend, and I see
see where it cut
I see
up
exactly
the
what
hill?
it did. Yeah, I saw where it went up the hill and everything.
Wow, that's amazing.
Wow,
And-
going
and-
up a hill, tearing stuff up.
And you know, we've seen tornadoes, and I've seen the damage, and I've seen damage even worse. With some of these F5s, but it still amazes me because when we try to get rid of a tree somewhere, whether you're cutting it down or you're driving a bulldozer, it's a handle. I mean, a tree you got to really work and have the right equipment, and for it to snap it like a toothpick still amazes me. I mean, some big pine.
And then
trees.
you look at the others beside it and go, why are y'all not snapping?
Yeah.
It's just weird.
It is very strange.
I have a huge one that fell in front of the house. Huge pine tree.
We saw in Oak Grove when we toured one of those tornadoes that came through there. A guy had lost it. It was like a 3-story house. He had an upstairs main floor and a basement. Whole top floor is gone. On the main floor, everything is gone except for a recliner sitting in the corner.
Never moved.
Exactly where it was. The walls behind it ripped off. The recliner never moved. Still pointing in the same direction toward where the TV used to be. I just don't know how that happened. Wow.
Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number as we move forward. Thanks for being here today. All right, we've got, and this was just talked about. Greg, I meant to share this with you and your wife when you got the Helix mattress from helixsleep.com/Bubba. Listen to this. Talk to a friend of mine, and he said, here's what we did. He said, a lot of these places offer you, trials, and we got a 100-day trial on Helix. He said, so we thought that we would just say, you know what, we're going to go to like 3 of these. We'll send mattresses to your home, use all the trials, and that way, if we don't like them, we send them back. And he said,
so we get 300 days of trials.
He said, so we tried 3 different ones.
That sounds like something speedy.
And he said, and Helix is by far the best, and that's the one we bought.
Look at that.
And so he said, so tell Greg I agree. And so helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Good sleep.
So now when the tornado hit, the first thing you think about, well, what about my Helix?
I did. I was worried about it. But I thought, well, I hope the Helix made it.
There's no water coming in on the Helix, nothing like that?
No. I was actually laying in the Helix sleeping when my power came back on in the middle of the night.
Really?
Power was only off not very long at all. Fortunate.
Man, only you're talking about feet. We're not talking about yards, right?
Oh yeah, it's real close.
Right.
But I was all piled up in that Helix and Eve sleeping good with no power on.
I think you remember, how we said that Spark gave us a new employee?
Yep.
I think Helix has given us a new employee. So Greg,
don't wake up in the middle of the night as much.
No. So if you want to get yours and you fill out some information, right? You just tell them how you sleep. Just
tell them what you like.
Yeah, tell them you sleep on your back, your side, your stomach, whatever it may be, or maybe a little combination of 2 of those. So is there anybody that does all 3? I sleep on my back, my side, and my stomach. I don't know many of those.
I don't do stomach because I start rocking back and forth.
Right. That's right. Yeah. You would actually need a cavity in the bed to do that. Right.
I sometimes will lay on my back to doze. Like it's almost time to get up, and I'm just going to doze.
Yeah.
Deep sleep, can't do it on my back.
No, I can't
Side or stomach.
Yeah. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Go there, fill out the information on how you sleep, and what do you like, soft, medium, firm mattress, and they'll take all this into account. They'll customize a Helix mattress for you, and they even have Helix Plus mattresses. Bubba, I think that's kind of a code to you and me here.
Yes.
Something that's a
do
little.
They have plus.
Yeah, something a little bigger to sleep well. So they've been named #1 best overall mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. I don't know why the letters G and Q with me together. I can't say them. helixsleep.com. And you do get that 100-day free trial that we talked about. Also, there's a link at the sponsors button there at rickandbubba.com. All right, Bubba, let's jump into a pretty extensive COVID-19 update. Pandemic update. Pandemic mean. All right, so you and I have been doing Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, for a full year and a half or so now? And
something like that.
We've had interviews with people that have different roles they played in this pandemic, and we asked them the question. Usually, Bubba, you do. So, where do you think it came from? And we've heard some say they think it is one way. We just had an interview a couple of Rick and Bubba universities ago, where somebody who was on the front line says, "I think it did come from China. I think it did. I didn't." He said, "I don't think
out of a lab."
He said, "I don't think it was meant to be a worldwide pandemic." He kind of. And it was a theory that, they have an issue with their senior citizens that don't have anybody to take care of them because of the ridiculous and evil one-child nation thing they did. Didn't quite think that through, that now they don't have anybody to take care of the aging population.
Right.
And so anyway, that there might be a motivation to kind of remove some of these people because he said, remember who are the most susceptible to this pandemic were the aging. And so that was just his theory, but how about this? Now, when you get into the high priest of health, if you get to Fauci and you just remotely mention that you think it came out of a Wuhan lab, he'll have no part of that.
Well,
and he's done it.
A little touchy on that.
How about
he's very touchy on that.
We don't know.
Right.
We just don't know.
Very touchy.
And we do know this, Rick. Viruses are naturally occurring. They do make us sick. Our bodies will build up immunity to them. Then they change themselves. They what's the word I'm trying to
mutate.
Mm-hmm. And then we get sick again from them, and this process goes on. You may remember when this first started, I told you that I had spoken with a gentleman that said, look, this thing has mutated like 6 levels ahead. That's why it makes everybody so sick. Mm-hmm. We have no immunity to it. In other words, in the natural process, as it mutates one time, it may make us sick, but it's usually not deadly because we have some immunity to it because it only moved one space over, if you will.
Yeah, I follow you.
He said this thing was 6 or 7 spots up. That's why it was so deadly to everybody. And he said that doesn't happen naturally. He said that this thing has been manufactured. Somebody's been playing with this in the lab, either intentionally or accidentally. It got out. Now
remember, this is a former CDC director, and Robert Redfield, and he says he absolutely believes what you're theorizing about, Bubba, and this person you talked to, that COVID escaped from a Wuhan lab. Now, Fauci has immediately come in and said he's entitled to his opinion, but I disagree with that, and Fauci once again is doubling down on the famous bat-to-human jump.
Well, and what I was going to say, too, there's times that naturally a virus may make a jump 2 or 3 ahead, and that's when we have these real bad things come through that we don't have a lot of immunity to. But, you know, for it to make that species jump is a big deal. Yeah. And you have to ask yourself, well, why now? Why did you just do it? Well, it could have just mutated to the point it could make that jump. And just like we were talking about with some of the doctors we've had on, there's a chance at some point it will mutate further and get out of the range that it affects humans, just like we have some diseases now that affect dogs or cats that doesn't affect humans. And then we have some that are shared. It's over our range. So we just don't know, but people have investigated this. And I saw one of the guys that was on the research team for the World Health Organization, and he said the investigation they did about it was a complete joke. He said China could veto who was on the committee. They could veto information that was coming out, and they also dictated where we went, what we studied, and when we saw it. So he said it was a manufactured study, no doubt about it.
And that's the second part of our update today, and the word they use, Bubba, and you just hit on it, is highly chaperoned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Said when we went to investigate it, and Bubba just told you that's the other update, we've got the former official from WHO. He said, look, us investigating it in China, people, don't y'all know this about communist governments?
Yeah.
You don't roll up in a communist country and
say,
go,
let us have a look at
go,
everything.
Go look wherever you want to. So Fauci, we've got a former CDC director who says he thinks it absolutely came from a lab. Fauci jumps in and says, I have to respectfully disagree with that. Fauci's going to cling to bat to human. And then Bubba's other update, now the World Health Organization said, don't put a lot into our investigation because it was highly chaperoned. And then the others is this vaccine.
I didn't see the high priest Fauci do his interview, but if it was a bat to human jump, did he even acknowledge that that lab was studying bats and bat viruses in Wuhan?
I don't think in this one he did not, Bubba. He said that he just said.
Well, we know that lab was involved in bat research.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean they went. The cave where they got a lot of these bats, they even know where it is, and they talked about how. Matter of fact, I think there's videos online of them harvesting bats and bringing them in for the study in China.
Well, Redfield, by the way, went back over the net to Fauci, and he says he can have that opinion too, but at some point he says science will eventually figure this out. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but he thinks it will. He said he's saying, hey, one of these days you and me, Fauci, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and one of us is going to be wrong.
Right.
And I tend to think you're going to be wrong.
Well,
him saying this to Fauci.
Yeah, we may never know in the immediate future, but I think there's some ways they can investigate this through DNA sampling, that they can figure out where it actually began based on how much of it is around. But it's going to be a long process, no doubt. Here's the thing. Good news for us, we were able to generate a vaccine in record time, even though when we say that, and a lot of people point out that are anti this vaccine, it was rushed. It was, but it wasn't. There was 20 years of research that had been going on for this technology to be used in cancer treatment, and it is being used in some cancer treatment. And they just said, hey, this will work for this vaccine too, and they swung off of it. That was why it was one of the reasons they were able to do it so quickly.
Well, and
they didn't start at zero, what I'm saying.
Well, you know how, especially when you're dealing with a communist country, and then you're dealing with political agendas over here, and and the view of the world that the Europeans have. Yep. When you got Canada, you have to take all that into account. So you just start looking for things that none of these things can stop. And we mentioned it. And I'm not saying we were the only one because we weren't, but there's one thing that just kind of that to me that was glaring is when here is the I know they try to not call him an emperor anymore, but he's an emperor. Yeah. Okay, the emperor of China is walking around. If this thing was naturally, we don't know what happened. It's out of control. We don't have any control over it. He's walking around in a place where it supposedly came from this food market.
Right.
And you have the emperor of China. I know they've changed the titles to try to dumb down what they, but he is still the complete tyrannical leader. Okay,
yeah, he's president for a lifetime till he gets ill.
He's an emperor that they call a president. Okay. Right. And now the Chinese government dabbles in capitalism to keep themselves alive, right. But they don't allow their society to participate in it. So even they know the best way to achieve the highest standard of living for themselves and keep their communist government going is if the government dabbles worldwide in capitalism while refusing to let their own people dabble in it. Mm-hmm. But anyway, he's walking around in this food market with just a little mask on. Mm-hmm. You think they're going to send the emperor with a mask down to a food market where this deadly virus might have come from, and he's just going to walk around down there? You think they really going to do that? No, he's down there because he knows it didn't come from there. There's no way he would do that. They would never do that. Yeah, I agree. Unless this was a lookalike. Now they might have done that.
Yeah, Gorbachev didn't go to look at Chernobyl on the ground.
No.
Or whoever was in charge back then.
Go send the emperor down there.
Who was that? And drop off? Who was that?
I'm not sure. Great to wear a mask and shake hands and wave at the apartment buildings. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I have a good feeling he knows exactly where it came from. That's why he was able to do it.
And he wasn't nowhere near it.
Right.
We'll come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us as we make our way back. All right, so, Bubba, I almost just want to get this story over with. How do you say this guy's name? Lil Nas? Is that how you say his name?
Lil Nas.
Lil Nas. So it started happening over the weekend. I just started getting inundated with text and social media, people, whatever, and then emails about this little Nas, bizarro, weird, evil. But we do need, in all fairness, this is where we got to be careful. Anytime these things start coming out, and we've all kind of learned here. Usually when stories come out, just hold on a minute. Now, it's still bad. Don't misunderstand me, but we want to be sure that everybody that this is reported as clear as we can. Now, this is an artist that I know has come out as being part of the LGBTQ plus community. He was once trying to say that nobody wanted to play his music on country music because of his skin color. Of course, the fact that he basically had a hip-hop song might have had more to do with that. I don't see Darius Rucker having much issue. And in the past, Charlie Pride or anybody who released country music, usually if the songs are pretty good, I haven't seen, I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist in any industry, so I'm not saying that, but I'm not sure he was the victim of it. But it still turned out to be this gigantic hit, and I think a lot of country radio did play it because it became gargantuan as far as the song. And over the weekend, and I'm with you, Bubba, maybe he feels like he hasn't had much success with a follow-up hit or what's going on. But I would just suggest, if I was the public relations agent for any said artist,
Right.
I think what I would say, if we're trying to get attention, let me tell you one thing I'd like for us to take off the possibilities. Here's we got our erasable board out. And we're coming up with things we could do to get attention.
During the brainstorming session.
And let's say in the brainstorming session, somebody said, what do you think about our artist doing the lap dance with Satan and us pretending that we've got a pair of satanic shoes that we're going to be selling that has satanic symbols all over it? What do you think about that?
Blood in them.
And human blood in it. And I would look back and I would say, look, we want Lil Nas to get some more publicity. I don't think him lap dancing in his latest video with Satan and putting out satanic shoes is the way to go. Thank you, though, for your idea.
That was great. But I'm going to hit the old dry eraser on that one.
I tell you what, I'm gonna take this one off.
What about him passing out water, helping people that struggle with tornadoes in their neighborhood? Let's try that one.
I'm thinking maybe we drop him in and have him help other people that are in a tornado. Tornado victim work from Lil Nas, or is it what is it?
Nas.
I will say after I've heard what he did in his video, his name now feels different to me, but it. With one letter change, we really got something here. But so anyway, that is weird. That's evil. Now it's obvious if you talk to this artist, I assume, and we've had artists do this throughout. As long as there's been, hey, I'm going to go play games with satanic rituals, and I'm going to try to get attention, and you're going to think I'm mod. And not all these people. Now I remember this comment made by Ozzy Osbourne one time. And I don't know where Ozzy's world is now. I don't feel like that he shares our faith, But I know that at one time he was saying, "Hey, I'm doing all this. It's not." And then he got to the point he says, "But I'm starting to sense a darkness in what I'm doing." And I remember him saying, "And I hope it's not what I think it is." Meaning, hey, some of this stuff is starting to feel like it's actually real. I'm sensing the darkness in my life of all this in the spiritual realm. And he was discovering what you dabbling around with this stuff, but it really is real. Now I don't know if Nas thinks this stuff is fake and he doesn't believe any of this, and so he's just playing games, or he really believes all this and thinks this is who he'd rather be with, Satan. I don't know, but I will say if you're trying to say I want my music to be consumed by country music fans or to be consumed by a larger audience, this is not the way to go. No. Now, you may have some people that think you're sharp, but that number is going to start shrinking. Now, we're living in a time, maybe there's more people who rather see this than not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm miscalculating how bad it is out there. I know it's real bad. And if you're ever going to do it, maybe this is the time to do it. But this is so wicked and so sinister. But I think, Bubba, we've been trying to get to the bottom. We need to clarify.
Well, when I started seeing the story over the weekend,
which I thought was fake.
Yeah,
I did too.
I did too. To begin with, I thought totally fake. I knew that it probably was less than accurate on some level. But
It had to be, yeah.
as you look into it, Nike says we have nothing to do with this. They bought shoes and they're modifying them post us. So we're not in this. Don't be blaming us.
Right.
But they are doing it, and it is post Nike. So Nike is not responsible. They're getting the Nike shoe and then modifying it in this way that we're hearing about with all this crazy stuff on here. It is very dark, and it's just I don't.
It's
I don't.
very, very
I'm
twisted.
like you. I don't know what they're thinking.
Well, and it also, I think a lot of times these artists begin to dabble in this stuff, and before they know it, whether they believe it or not, it consumes them, and they're taken over by the darkness and what they're playing games with. And this looks this way. I mean, it's even got a Bible verse in it about when Lucifer fell from heaven, and it's really, really dangerous stuff. Yeah. And it's sad that anybody would go down this road. But we want to be fair. You may have opinions about Nike one way or the other, but in this particular case, these shoes are bought from them, and now the Nas bunch or whoever's doing this, they're modifying them to make them satanic shoes.
Yeah, that's the information we have today.
This price tag I'm looking at $1,018.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
now
which is part of the 666 thing all added together.
Right. Yeah. Does anybody? Is there a big market for satanic shoes?
I don't know. I'm really not sure what a satanic shoe, the benefit.
Right.
I mean, does somebody say, I tell you what I'm looking for?
Can you dunk with them on?
Does somebody says if I could just find some satanic shoes?
And did I see something about blood on them too?
Yeah, they're supposed to have.
And
I'm
they're
sure
copying
blood.
Kiss.
They're
Remember they
copying
put blood
Kiss.
in the
Yeah.
ink for the Kiss comic book?
Yeah.
Right.
Supposed to be human blood. It's in it too. There's
Yeah.
a dot of human blood.
All right,
on
so
it.
back to Nike. So all people are going to see is that Nike swoosh. That's all they're going to see.
Yeah, if I'm
So
Nike, I got to start reeling this back in somehow.
How can you modify a shoe if they buy them in bulk form? It seems like there'd be a clause in there. Or
Don't
something.
you have to?
See, that
prove
right
it?
there doesn't feel right either. I mean, Nike has no control over this.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about people buy stuff and modify it aftermarket all the time.
But if you have my logo on it and you made a satanic shoe, I can't let you do that.
No.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour, your phone calls. 866 We Be Big. That's what we will do. We'll meet back in play again this week. Thanks for being with us. Got more stories from the weekend coming up. If you want to be on the program, you dial us now. Harry Murdahl's in there ready to go. 866 We Be Big. Lines are available. You can comment on anything you heard last hour or the last couple hours if you listen to the kickoff hour, or you can bring up a new topic. 866 We Be Big. The show belongs to you right now, and there are lines available. So dial us right now. We'll start with Matt in Huntsville. Matt's listening to us on 100.3 The River. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Doing good, guys. How are y'all?
We're fantastic.
Hey, that's good. Hey, I don't know that Nike got a leg to stand on. I'm not a lawyer, but think of like, say, Columbia T-shirts. You can get one of those and get an emblem, monogramming, any kind of insignia, put on it. And I don't think Columbia can tell you what you can or can't put on their T-shirt after you buy it.
Yeah, that's what we were wondering. And Bubba brought up the point of how people modify automobiles and still have Ford and Chevrolet or whatever on it. But I don't know. How about this? I bet we're about to find out.
Yeah.
Look,
there's some lawyers about to get in a fight for sure.
Yeah. Or the other thing is this. It could be, and I'm not saying I don't belong to Nike. Don't know anything about Nike. Don't know how they see the world. But we may find out that Nike doesn't care. But I think the clarification that has to be made is the one Bubba made, because all weekend long, everybody thinks that Nike released these shoes. And, like you would release Michael Jordan's, or you would release LeBron James, or there's so many other athletes that have shoes that are their brand, but that company sells and they pay them for it. But Bubba seems to have the clarification that this artist bought so many pairs of these and he has modified them. And that distinction.
And is now marketing them as his shoe with the Nike insignia on it.
Yeah, but it's but let me tell you, for Nike, because there's areas where we all go, well, politically we may agree or disagree, or this artist is a leftist, but I kind of like their music, or hey, I know that this company, Apple would be a good example. They've got all kinds of things I disagree with. But when you start getting into the satanic occult world, people start drawing harder lines, and I think this is not. I mean, I know, like, it just, and I'm not a big boycott person, nor would I go out and tell people, I don't the whole boycott world. But I think as individuals, we make boycott decisions in our own lives all the time, and I know that that brand will be removed from our house, and probably will not be purchased going forward. It's just too creepy. I mean, and it's just, I don't, you don't want to be associated with that. And their logo is prominent on this shoe. I mean, prominent. So
I haven't seen the shoe, but yep.
So thanks,
I haven't bought a Nike in a very long time.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
I suspect we'll hear a lot about it in the next few days.
Yeah,
from the law side.
Aaron in Birmingham. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
Good. Great. Good.
Good. Okay, so I read an article a couple of days ago when this first dropped that the Satan shoe is in response to a Jesus shoe that was released like a year ago, and it has a drop of holy water in the heel. I don't remember the article, but the Satan shoe is in response to a Christian Jesus shoe.
Yeah, I never heard of either one. Of course, I've heard of the Satan shoe now, but this story coming out on Holy Week too, it's just got a bunch of creep to it. Let's go to Laura in Alabama, and I would just say to the artist, just the whole video and what this person is doing is just wicked. It's just wow. Yeah,
I saw one. It was a Chick-fil-A shoe.
Yeah,
where is that in all this?
Laura in Alabama. Laura, go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm a first-time caller.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. And my kids were watching Kids YouTube the other day, and an ad for the Lil Nas music video came up. And, I mean, I just couldn't believe it. I looked on, their screen, and I seen the 666 and, all this stuff, and I just couldn't believe it. I can't believe that they have ads for that on a kid's channel.
Oh, well, you better believe it's going to show up on every child out there. I mean, they're going to try to get your kids to watch.
That's the plan.
That's the game plan. That's 100% it's going to happen.
It's a strategy, for sure.
Let's go to Alabama. Brett standing by. Brett, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm curious how you guys would handle all this. Let's say an idiot bought a box full of Rick and Bubba spatulas and carved him some pentagrams on the back of them and started marketing as satanic Rick and Bubba spatulas.
Yeah,
we're curious from a brand standpoint.
Well, we would sit down with the legal team and say, what recourse do we have? We'd absolutely try to stop it, and then we would find out whether we have recourse or not.
And if we didn't, we would go public and say we got nothing to do with this.
Right.
Don't buy them, throw them away.
But we would find out real quick where we stood legally.
Yeah.
Let's go to John in Alabama. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go. Hey, John, Alabama. All right, bud. Let's go to Robertsdale. Terry standing by. Terry, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I don't mean to change the subject, but I got two shows for you on the History Channel. The Food That Built America and Modern Marvels. Awesome.
Yeah, those
Modern Marvels is good.
Yeah.
Look, the Food That Built America is not bad.
No.
If you've never seen it. Brock in the great state of Florida.
Okay, Rick made a statement here a while back that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are not Christians. Our name of our church is Jesus Christ, Church of Jesus Christ. So we are Christians. We are not atheists. We are Christians.
Oh, no, I never said you were atheist. But what I would do if I were you, I would research how you see Jesus Christ. It's definitely in your name. There's no question about that.
I am a Mormon, and we are Christians.
So do you believe?
Do
you believe that Jesus is God? Do you believe that Jesus is God?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that
He
Jesus
will be the God of this earth?
Right. Okay. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling. You and I would respectfully disagree that Jesus is portrayed in the biblical way, and again, a new revelation. I would disagree with you on that respectfully, and I appreciate you, and I would just tell you always research what you believe, and always continue to find out as much as you can possibly find out. Larry in Florida. Larry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey there, big boy. How y'all doing this morning?
We good,
Larry. We're doing good.
Green grass and monkey acres to y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, I heard the guy talking about the Genius shoes earlier and the Chick-fil-A shoes, and they're one and the same, but it didn't have holy water. It had Chick-fil-A sauce.
Had what? I couldn't.
Chick-fil-A sauce.
Oh, that's funny.
John and Nike. John, go ahead. John, go ahead and what says Nike wherever you're. John, wherever you're from, go ahead, buddy.
Boy, is this the same John that we tried earlier?
John, buddy, I don't know what your problem is, but Natalie, you can't hear us talking to you, so won't you just give it up and let somebody else call? Let's go to.
We're trying.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dana in Tuscaloosa. Dana, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I was working in Minnesota when the swine flu started.
Mm-hmm.
The epicenter of that epidemic. And it was completely different than COVID. You can have animal to human transmission. In swine flu, it was because of so much close work with the pigs. But the way COVID mutated and has changed, it has reacted more like the HIV virus than any other normal human animal transfer virus.
Anybody?
So I guess she's trying to say it did come from the lab. Is that what she's saying, in her opinion?
Honestly,
I tried.
I didn't.
I was trying to follow it. I didn't.
I couldn't track.
Get to the end.
Couldn't track with her at all.
It's on me.
Yeah, me too.
It was me.
Your
saying
pig
about-
noises. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I know, and it scared me. That noise scared me. Just
I don't know. I just sometimes you go into certain teachers' classes and they don't grab you.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So Bubba did some research when somebody brought up the Jesus shoes. Undoubtedly, there's a company that deals with this. You go ahead and buy some brands in bulk, and they customize them or something?
Yeah, they basically do aftermarket modifications to shoes.
Yeah.
And then you resell them.
So I there must be some way that can be done legally.
Yeah, I'm sure they,
I don't know.
Had to jump over those legal hurdles already.
Yeah. So Bubba, looking at, we'll look forward, then we'll look back. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events this week. TheManChurch.com back out on the road Thursday night, Forge men's event, and it'll be at the hangar for the USS Alabama battleship. The people of Mars Hill Church, that's their men's ministry, but you can come if you would like to. If you'd like to get a ticket for that, that information is at rickandbubba.com under events. Saturday night, it will be South Shelby Baptist Church in Shelby, Alabama, beautiful part of the country. It'll be their wild game dinner, and I'll be there speaking on Saturday night. So check those two this week. Looking back over the weekend, so we were out on the road Thursday, Saturday night, and then Sunday morning. So I bring back some stories from the road of themanchurch.com being out there. I talked on Friday a little bit about what we went through to get to McGee, Mississippi, and all that went well. And so we talked about that on Friday. But men's ministry, it's a different deal. It really is, and you really don't know. We do the best we can to know what to expect. Okay. And you try to ask questions because they're all uniquely different, and you do, and men are not as good, which is the reason why sometimes women's ministry is done better than men's ministry, because women are better at networking and details and planning, and men just kind of have a general idea what we want to do, and then we just kind of see how it all comes together, usually. And so what we're trying to do at the manchurch.com is to not do what we've always done, but for us to rethink men's ministry completely. Right. But there's a lot of things that have been going on that you're modifying, but there's that's a process. It's like turning an ocean liner, because
or maybe getting a ship out of the Suez Canal.
Or getting a ship out of the Suez Canal. So in the pandemic, we hit last year when we first kicked off this strategy. So there's a lot of things like this one Saturday night in Lindale, Georgia, which is, if you've never been to Rome and Cave Springs and Cedartown and Lindale, it's just a beautiful, beautiful area. Berry College is in this area.
Yeah. A lot of hills.
Yeah,
nice.
it's just a beautiful, beautiful part of town. Part of the country, and all these little towns are all right there together, and they're just a throwback to just a time in the past. Almost like they're still has that downtown area, and most of them have still kept them pretty vitalized and still kind of happening. And so we were going to. Is there anything cotton mills that have been abandoned? It used to be the cotton mills. Right. These kind of towns, love going there. Some of my favorite places to go. So they the states are different too. You go over to Mississippi, they have probably done one of the better jobs in the country with Florida of rolling out the vaccine, getting it done. You go there and it's as if the pandemic is over. You go to Georgia, it's like it's still back alive. There's still some fear. So this is what I was told. Now here's what we're going to do when you get here for our kickoff of the curriculum. We're going to tie it to a tailgating outside shrimp boil, low country boil. So we got the corn, we got the potatoes, we got the shrimp, and Rick, you will be speaking to people like they're almost like the drive-in format. You'll be speaking to people in their automobiles, and the ones that don't want to get out at all will even have an FM signal that will hear what you're saying. But you will be speaking on a 18-wheeler trailer. Mm-hmm. We've been there before, yes. and we're gonna have. There I am. Okay, now. Here's the thing, though. So when we get there, I'm kind of seeing the setup, and there's people back to the right, too. There's a whole parking lot back to the right. There's First Baptist Church, Lindale, right there in front of you.
Gosh, that looks just like my church in Jacksonville.
Right, it does. So here was a little thing they left out. We asked every question, and I thought we sort of understood how it would go. until we're being driven from the airport, and the guy says, "Now you are going to have to work around the trains." And I said, "I'm sorry," and he said, "You're going to have to work around." Look at this.
Rick.
He said, periodically trains will run behind the stage. I said, now I'm picturing it being way behind the stage. No, I'm literally, the train comes by.
Rick,
I'm speaking next to the train track.
Yeah, if that train derailed, it knocks you off that stage.
And I said, do we know how often they come by? Oh, they come by often.
How fast do they go?
Oh, well, not too fast, but see here, that's the worst part because they're coming into a town. Right. So guess what they do? They hit that horn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. and so
I got to know. Did you try to compete with it?
Okay, so I'll tell you exactly what happened. So I'm like, are we going to time the message with the trains? Because there's already a ton of distractions here
that you're already dealing with.
Yeah, we're already dealing with just the whole outdoor thing.
Yeah.
Honestly, if it's my preference, and I've done it before, I prefer not to speak outside. Because it's hard to make that connection. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Outside is designed for bands. It's not designed for comedians or speakers. Yeah. And there's been some famous speeches that were done outside that are very well known.
Then most of them are very short.
Right. I struggle
in between trains.
I struggle with the outside format. Because when you're sitting there and you're talking about Jesus' crucifixion and a football throws through the air, and somebody does a 10 and out, it's not it's just a little. And the only thing more distracting than kids running around the parking lot is a train. And so when we come back, I'll tell you it was because now I've got Team Man shirts there on the ground. I said, "Now guys, we gotta get our act together here." Okay, and I felt really, really, really bad for the praise and worship guy because he got ate up pretty good by the train, which I'll share with you.
How do they manage this on Sundays?
He says that during his message on Sunday mornings, now they're inside the building, that they can work through during a Sunday morning 3 trains.
If you're used to it,
the train wasn't brought to time. I might now we need to talk about the train issue. Wait, with the train?
Let's talk about the 7:15 train.
Right. Okay. So then we also were concerned about rain, and we were very, very, very fortunate. It rained like while everybody was setting up, no big deal, and really it helped us because it was kind of humid and hot. But then the rain came through. One of those little afternoon deals didn't last very long. And now we had a cooler. The evening turned out to be beautiful, except of course for the train, which there's no talking over a train. It's
not that close.
How about this? If it's you against the train it just wins. What was funniest too is that every time a train would come, of course, everybody runs out to the track and waves at it too.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. So
awesome.
We come back. I will tell you what happened, and it was very, very very funny because. You got to work around that train. It's.
Do you see it like in the distance where it's coming, or is it just on you?
Don't get ahead of me.
Okay.
Because my answer to that would be no.
Okay.
But somebody on Team Man Church started going, look, I got to be listening for it off in the distance. And
All right.
By the way, tell everybody how close this train is who can't see it.
Oh, it's real close. Room to wall close.
me to my knees.
So 35 minutes past the hour. You're starting to finish right. So anyway, so we're doing stories from the road. Beautiful Lindale, Georgia, First Baptist Church. They're starting the curriculum, and this is the big kickoff for the men's discipleship strategy. You know, our strategy features, gatherings of men for high challenge, then them rolling into small groups with a curriculum for high equipping. And this was the big kickoff. And God love Pastor Eric Wetchell. He and I have spent a year and a half trying to make this happen because of the pandemic, because it kept having to be moved, and appreciate his commitment. And that's not him, but it is the.
It's a nice guy too.
That was actually the Sunday morning guy, but the
Rick, you were all over the place.
Yeah, I was,
weekend.
and so no, not him either. But go to the one where I'm outside near the train. A
lot of nice people.
Yeah. So anyway,
he's with the train conductor.
Yeah, the one I'm standing outside, and there's two guys in blue shirts, one on each side. So anyway, we're rolling through this, and so the train is there. Well, I'm thinking to myself, and of course now I do agree with this. It's like they say to me, we're gonna eat the shrimp, and then a guy's gonna get up and make some announcements. We got these cards they're going to fill out. They even used a QR code, which was kind of cool to get people into the Bible study.
Awesome.
And it was going to be starting on April the 11th. And but we know we got to deal with trains. And so I'm thinking, well, how bad can it be? And so the guy gets up there, and one had already gone by, and it was trouble, and it kind of broke my spirit. And that was just when we were out there.
Wow, it's loud.
So how long does it take for one to get by?
With zero exaggeration, I would say probably 3 to 5 minutes for it to come by. Okay.
Long enough you can take a bathroom break?
Yeah. So I think, well, how about, because, then the praise and worship guy gets off, and I don't know if y'all know this. If you do any men's event whatsoever, you must play Chainbreaker. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be played. Matter of fact, I have been to a number of people. I'm yet to go to one that Chainbreaker's not played. I mean, and it's so I'm thinking to myself, well, that's good. That's a good way to get started.
Been here.
And I'm like, God love him. I mean, it's just like, and then all of a sudden you wait for the train. And so
if you're singing and it comes by, what do you just sing through it? Do you crank up the volume? Do you try to volume the train?
I saw the poor kid try to sing through it, and he just couldn't. And at one point, he's trying so hard to sing through it, his voice kind of starts going to Peter Brady, because now he's driving it. I mean, he's trying to get over that train.
Right.
And now, if you wanted to get our harmonica and play Blackfoot as it's coming by, that'd be pretty cool.
Right.
You know what I mean? But anyway, so I'm thinking to myself, if you're going to get up and you're going to speak, and I go to Team Man Church and I said, guys, we got to know about the train. I said, I've got the message kind of lined up. I can't be in the time of response and get the train, okay? Or at the climax of the message, where I'm landing the plane, not the train.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
And so anyway, we're trying to go through this, and so I have with me, Bones is with me, and he's on the ground, and then I have Andrew who works with us, and Andrew he finally said, I will take the assignment as train guy. He said, because I've been investigating, you can hear the train off in the distance, and he goes, I think I'll be able to hear the train. And I looked at it, I said, gentlemen, this is Paul in the marketplace, my friends. You just stand up out here and you try to make something happen.
Yeah.
And so I'm now doing the message, and I'm no longer paying attention. The timestamp is irrelevant. My message must fit between one train and another train, okay? And so anyway, so hold on. Okay, so I think Speedy's making a train sound effect. So I'm trying to get this done, and plus, we're talking about some really serious things. I mean, it's very, very serious. I don't know if you know this. Redemption is a big deal.
I remember how bad the little toy hobby airplane was when Scott Dawson was trying to
think about that
to preach that time.
Think about that.
And Scott's working through it, but it's killing me.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, then I get tickled at it, you know, because
Sure you do.
because of the sound it makes. And every time Scott's
Bubba,
you know,
Bubba, this train made made that airplane.
That's what I'm saying. That's nothing.
So here we are, and we're in Lindale.
If you've been walking the same road, miles and miles.
And I'm like, am I up after the train? Am I up after this? Is this my song? So I'm up after Chainbreaker and the Train?
Are we singing?
Am I up next? Yep. How about if you got Train, he's a train taker? Can we have that? If you got a train, he's a train taker. So, is he a train taker? And so, it's just, so guys, everybody look up here. Hey, y'all stop waving at the train.
Think about that for a second.
Hey, son, stay away from the train. So that was my dad. By the way, that was it.
Yeah, that's
right.
unbelievable.
So we get up and do.
I mean, how do you fight through that?
And we get up to
while the train's coming through. Think about what I said.
If you got a train, he's a train taker. So anyway, I'm doing the message, and all of a sudden I look, and I see off in the distance, I begin to see Andrew moving, and he starts kind of getting out, and he's trying to get my attention, and I look, and I'm like, and look, let me tell you now, right now, I mean, what we've talked about tonight demands a response, and look, Bubba.
He's giving you the signal.
And I'm getting the signal. I'm getting the train signal.
That's the signal.
Yeah. And
the train may think he's signaling them to blow their horn.
But
you're right.
But isn't that the only train signal there is? What other train signal?
That and 18-wheelers.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
Yeah. And so I start realizing I've got to get
Or if
this
you hit a
in.
3.
I've got to get this in. Now I felt really
So
bad.
what is the lead time between signal and totally unable to speak?
Probably 90 seconds to 2 minutes. And so
Are you pacing at that time?
So I land the plane.
Somebody call Sir Topham Hatt and see if they can stop this train.
I have the time. I have the time of response, and of course the way it's set up, people are not really going to come forward, but they have the card and they're making decisions. And I'm looking around and I'm saying, "Hey man, that's the right thing to do." And I mean, and look, and I hear off in the distance. I hear off in the distance and I'm like, "So guys, let me tell you that's the right thing to do." Okay. We're gonna sing one more song, and I look at that poor guy, and I said, "Man, I'm sorry, you're gonna sing Dirty Train again." And I got off the stage right as the train was coming.
Oh,
I mean, but we had to make the message fit in between trains.
Wow.
And it was.
It make you beg for a toy airplane.
Yeah, oh yeah, and then of course, of course, we all know what else is standard in men's ministry. Door prizes.
No, you got to have that. I see him on the 18-wheeler flatbed.
And of course, usually the guy who does door prizes now, he's kind of zany. He's the funny guy in the group, and he's gonna get on the mic, but then he even realizes that he can't beat the train. I mean, I'm sure he had some great one-liners. I'm sure, but the poor old guy singing.
I feel so sorry for him, and I want him there.
Hey, the poor old guy singing. He would sing, and at the end he was going to do the closing song. After we've had the time of response and praise God for the men that made decisions and all that. And we're going to see you over here at the tent. If you want to come over, if you're not comfortable with that, fill out the card. We'll contact you.
In between trains.
You're right. And he tried to sing one more song, and you know how.
Bless him.
Is there a video of this
event
floating around?
No. Do you remember when you and I tried to keep doing that remote and get through something that had happened? And you had said something that tickled us.
Yeah, at the gas mall.
And there was finally the point that we just started unplugging stuff, saying there just ain't no way to do it. I saw him go to that moment.
Yeah,
he went to I'm gonna keep singing.
Okay.
Glory to the Lord. And finally, the train just beat the poor kid down, where he finally just said,
"That's it."
I mean, I just.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I can't beat the train. And a train's really loud. I mean, if you're in a building, it's loud. If you're standing, if the stage is set up like
deafening, Rick.
When I step off the stage, y'all saw the picture. I literally my feet touch white gravel.
That's
You know,
right.
that's what I'm saying.
gravel.
You don't have a train car width to the stage.
No,
I mean,
it's
you're
literally
packed
across
in
the
there.
room.
If how about this? Hobos were trying to get our stage to jump on the train.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a launching pad to get on there.
It was like.
I think I could make it, even me in my condition now, from the stage to that ladder.
And apparently you're on the stage. But I mean.
It hit me. Wait a minute. I didn't know I was there.
Clay, I'm so sorry. He left the show too. He delayed shoulder surgery to be there. He was supposed to be in the hospital.
Oh, really?
Clay, he came up in a sling. He said, "I refuse to get my shoulder worked on until after with this tonight."
Wow.
And now here we are. Now he's getting beat up. I couldn't be more committed. All right, we're not done. We got more from the weekend coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, stories from the road. So I do want to thank Pastor Eric Welchel. Thank you so much for trusting me and having us in, and your commitment to discipling men and working through what has been really bizarre, difficult times. And Marcus also pictured here in this picture, who is the men's ministry director. The Low Country Bowl was fantastic. The food was tremendous. And we had some guys that assessed where they were in their life and plugged in to the ongoing curriculum and made a commitment to grow spiritually. So it was a great event, and it was a lot of fun. And as you guessed, Pastor Eric, yes, it was going to be a great story on the Rick and Bubba Show. So now shifting to Sunday. So Sunday we head to Asheville, Alabama. Now, this show has a lot of history in Asheville. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is where our show began, up in the Gadsden area, which that includes Asheville, Alabama. We did a lot of stuff in Asheville, had a lot of listeners in Asheville, still do, thank the Lord. And so Pastor Jay Stewart, again, it happened very similar because of everything that's been going on, is that it's been difficult to keep these dates. And we have bounced around for about almost 2 years trying to make this happen. And so we finally did. This featured, a men's ministry classic, the men's prayer breakfast, followed by going into the congregation for worship. And let me tell you something. There's some characters at a men's prayer breakfast. Have you never been to one of those? And the men, they cook a breakfast. Bubba, gravy, grits, scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage, biscuits.
Come on.
Oh, man. And it was so funny. I walked in, and you know how they have the decaffeinated coffee? Always has the orange thing on the top of it.
Yeah, none of that.
And I walked in, and I said, "So where's the coffee, man?" One of them said, "Well, we had to bring out that orange one. We wasn't sure who might come." And he looked at me, and he goes, "We normally don't have decaf." I said, "I know, that's kind of embarrassing." And he goes, "Yeah, it doesn't feel good having men's prayer breakfast. How about out like that?" and so anyway, I said, we're just talking about brown hot water now. He goes, "Absolutely." And then, of course, I snuck over and put a little cream in it. But anyway, so one of the things, when I was talking to Bones, that kind of gets all the details together, and he said, "By the way," he said, "you can dress casual." I said, No. He goes, "No, I talked to the pastor. He said that's fine." No. Sunday morning, Bones, different deal. Mm-hmm. I said, "You go to a Baptist church in the Bible Belt, and you're going to preach on Sunday morning, you better have a suit on." And he's like, "Rick, I'm telling you, the pastor doesn't care." And I said, "But Bones,
it doesn't matter."
And I told the congregation this. I said, "I'm not doing this for the pastor." I said, "I'm doing this because I don't know what my grandmother can and can't see in heaven."
That's right.
You know what I mean? I said, if I walk up in a Baptist church and get up in there and preach without a suit on, tonight my grandmother will be standing at the foot of the bed.
Where's your tie?
Huh?
Where's your tie at?
I didn't do tie. I didn't go that far because I wasn't sure if she could see it.
I thought you was going to wait and clip it on last minute.
You wouldn't know. I thought to myself, I think I made a big step, don't you? I mean, I have a suit on except for a tie.
Yeah.
And I admit the tie was a push, but it was I just
the tie is just a bad design to start with. We got I know people like it hanging there, but. No. We got to have another way of connecting it, other than we're putting a noose around people's neck.
Yeah.
I mean, is that the way we want to go with food? I mean, with clothing.
Now I want you to look at Wayne here in this picture. That's the director of the men's ministry. You think he's not a card? 79 years old, and as spry as he could be. And I'm talking about. He came up to me after the message, and there was no greater compliment from an older man to come up to you. And he said, "Son," I said, yes, sir." Yeah, immediately, yes, sir.
Yeah.
He said, "Right now I'm shaking your hand, and I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm not smiling." I said, "Yes, sir." He goes, "And when I'm looking a man in the eye and I'm not smiling, what I'm going to say next is important." Okay? "Yes, sir."
Got it.
Good message. I said, "Thank you, sir." What he wanted me to know is I ain't playing no games.
That's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And
Playtime was
because he
over.
had been playing games all morning.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course, you know how they do there. It's like I look at these older men when I go out and do this men's ministry. I hope we have their health, and I hope we're still doing what they do. How they just cut up on, like he's 79. Well, a guy walks in that's like 81. He goes, "Well, here comes my daddy." And then they get going, "I ain't your daddy," and all this kind of stuff. So, Bubba, here comes a memory. So when you go to Asheville, you're going to have a lot of folks there, and they could not be kinder. And everywhere I'm going, all of you that support what we do, I always come back and tell the team because you guys encourage us so much. So encouraging out there to hear some of the things you guys tell us. So, but this one was more of a, hey, do you remember? So
I remember several trips to Ashland.
Well, so I go in and I sit down, and a woman comes over and says, "Look, I'm just going to tell you straight up. I'm sorry, but I want to ask you." I said, "No, that's fine. Go right ahead." And I said, this is nothing compared to the train. And so she says, "Do you remember the Speedway in Still, Alabama?" So far, yes, I do. You remember when y'all's band did the Fat Chance tour?
It's a drag strip.
And y'all played at the drag strip. Now it's starting to get a little cloudier, but I said, yeah, I know that happened. I don't remember the details of it, but I know that happened. She says, I'm the one that got you and Bubba and took y'all up into the press box to feed you. And I said, that sounds like us. And I gave y'all grape ice cream. Do you remember that? She said, I had y'all some homemade grape ice cream.
And I remember the flatbed trailer we were on.
Right.
And there was one of them, and it may have been that one was a little shakier than I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Gosh. And I remember going up in the press box.
Yeah.
I have to think about the grape ice. I'm going to study on it.
Here's what's funny, and this is what got the laugh. I said, I bet we took to it, didn't we? She goes, oh, y'all love it. And I said, that sounds like us. That I don't remember the details of that. And
I cannot deny that.
And I said to myself, the best shot we got at remembering this is Bubba. But still nothing.
I don't remember the grape ice cream per se.
Right.
But the rest of it I remember.
The event, I remember the event, and I remember that.
It was a lot of fun.
And I don't remember like being taken to eat, but I know that was, always, if you're looking to win Rick and Bubba over, that's where that's a good place to start.
Yeah, we usually start with that.
But undoubtedly, we made a big deal out of this grape ice cream, but I don't know that I remember. And I think they make it, I think she said, she didn't say this, but in my mind, as I rode around at home, I started trying to remember. Didn't they make it with Grapey-Co or something?
Yeah, it had knee-high grape in it or something.
Something, yeah.
And Grapey-Co is one of the drinks. But I remember I was very hesitant about it, and then once I tried it, I loved it.
That's exactly what she was talking about. She's like, we were kind of easing up to it. You starting to remember it a little bit now?
Yeah, and then we just went nuts. It was really good.
Right.
Yeah, I remember.
So I met just some
I remember because I was scared of it. I don't like getting off the the basics.
No.
And
you're a picky eater now. You eat a lot what you like.
Yeah, what I like now, I'll throw it back.
Right. Right.
But I remember easing into it, and I go, "Oh wow, this is pretty good."
Yeah. Now you can.
And I remember wanted more of it, but I thought better not do that.
Yeah. You know what you just remind me of though about the no tithe, because I did the suit and everything. I'm picturing if my grandmother was here, and I don't know what they can and can't see in heaven. You know what my grandmother would have said? Mama, what do you think about this suit? And this is how she always did it. That looks so good. Now run along, get your tie now.
Yeah.
That would have been it. It wouldn't have been, would you put on a tie? Now go ahead and get your tie, and then we're ready to go. And so I did that for her. It was real close, Mama. Real close.
Yeah.
Look,
I don't go up in Sunday morning to the Baptist church and preach without a suit on. Not if Meemaw's around. Top of the hour. Thanks to all of you, and thank you, Pastor Jay Stewart, Eric Wetchell, for trusting us. It was a great weekend.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour and ready to go. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the big party we call a Rick and Bubba.
Really like that shirt. Want to know where you got it?
Thank you.
Looks comfortable. Looks good. I like it.
I got this for my birthday.
Well, happy birthday. You look different today. You at 57.
Do I?
No, I'm just.
I probably look a little sleepier than normal. You will be shocked where this came from. I'll tell you in the break.
Okay. All right. So on the line,
you're also probably going to be shocked at a guest that we're going to have on this week that I learned about this weekend.
Okay.
Okay.
So here we go. So in Rick and Bubba history, I've had friends and acquaintances and people we just met. And this show can either make your life wonderful or it can make your life completely miserable. Okay? And there's these unfortunate moments where you end up and we have
crosshairs.
Yeah, we have Clay out of Lindale, Georgia.
Clay.
And Clay was pictured on the 18-wheeler trailer in front of the train. And Clay, now tell everybody, you put off shoulder surgery to be with us Saturday night, correct?
Yeah, actually, it's elbow surgery. But now I'm thinking tomorrow when I get there, I'm just going to ask them to cut out this gut so I don't look so much quite like Bubba.
You know, Clay, I hate to say this, but when Rick said you'd put off surgery, I thought, well, bless his heart, he's getting gastric bypass. And
that's a rough room.
Which Clay, listen, we booked 2 rooms. I need to get in there right behind you.
The injury happened this past Thursday. They kept me overnight. Thursday night, I was supposed to have surgery Friday morning. They pushed it to Friday night. Then they came in Friday morning and said, hey, a lot of traumas came in. We're going to push you to Saturday. And I said, actually, that ain't going to work. I said, we've had this event planned for a year and a half at our church. And I said, I'm not going to miss it. So whatever we need to do, get in there this morning, or we're just going to have to put it off. And he said, we can do it Tuesday. I said, that'll work. Get me out of here.
So, Clay, when did you get the word that we'd shown a picture of how close the train was to the stage and you were on the stage?
Oh, I was sitting here watching it on YouTube. I watch y'all every morning in my office, and they put that picture up, and I said, dear Lord.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of myself that I had the exact same reaction.
Listen, you don't catch me sideways in a picture.
Oh, gosh, Clay.
Well, what I was actually doing, that picture was taken actually right after the rain, and I was up there to see how slick it was going to be, if we needed to go find some roll-out carpets like you put in front of doorways and you go in the building, see if we need to put some of those up there. I was up there just checking to see if it was slick.
Yeah.
We've heard Rick say he's not too nimble on his feet sometimes.
No, I'm not.
Looking out for you.
Yeah, I fall more than Joe Biden.
Clay, do you have the same problem that I do trying to do a push-up?
What's that?
What's that?
Well, I look like a teeter-totter going back and forth. You know.
Hey, the good part about that, Bubba, is when me and you do push-ups, we don't have to go down that far.
That's true. That's right. Gosh, Clay. As soon as it happened, did you think? Because you're real versed on the show, and thank you for that. You've been supporting this for a long time. So the minute you popped up on the screen and I said, well, it looks like, Bubba, you are up there. You knew being a Rick and Bubba veteran, my day just took a turn.
Oh, yeah. I immediately got text. My brother-in-law and Pastor Eric on the text a while ago, and my brother-in-law said, Clay, they're making fun of you. I said, I know, I'm listening.
No, I mean, there's nothing. I mean,
look, we are what we are.
We are what we are.
Just one of the guys, Clay.
Clay, your enthusiasm for that and how hard y'all worked to make that happen, man. It was, and hey, look, it was Paul in the marketplace, wasn't it?
You know, and if we could go back, I mean, obviously, if we could go back and do it again, I think we would change it and go back inside. Because there's a lot. I mean, we want to be. A lot of us have different opinions on what's going on.
Yeah, about the pandemic.
But we want to keep some people safe. Yeah. But some of us want to just get back to what we were doing, and I'm one of those. But we also want to respect the opinions of others too, and that's why we kept to the outside thing. I think it went well. I mean, I know we had the train before and after Poor Garrett. and his voice. He woke up with a hoarse voice.
No, I bet.
Yeah. Look,
Clay, do y'all have a back parking lot? I mean, can you get on the other side?
You know what was so bad? It's almost like he had to pay the price. That we're talking about the guy that sang, and he's a great young man, so we could get the message without the train. It's like he got the train on both ends. But how about we put that message right in the donut, didn't we?
He did, you know, and I think that was God's plan right there to get what you had to say, because, you know, I put it out there on Twitter Saturday night. You know, you challenged every man in that parking lot, including myself, this Saturday night, and between trains. I mean, I think he held them all for a reason, you know. So,
yeah. Well, and I hope you understand, and it comes across this way when I talk about the things that I talk about, and I always say this, and it's embarrassing, but I'm speaking from my own experience as a man. I mean, I have gone through these stages that I see too many men go through, you know, with non-belief, then sometimes a cultural Christianity that isn't even real, and the way that we live our lives versus the way what we claim to believe. I was that man and still have a lot of work to do, but at least I've made the commitment to follow what Scripture says about abiding in Him, and then He produces, you know, the fruit in us, and stop justifying things in my life that shouldn't be there. And if I claim that I'm, you know, supposed to be called to be the spiritual leader of my home, which I wasn't for many years, then I ought to be able to handle the Word of God and have the right answers. And I devote time and I devote passion. And I'm always an expert on everything I care about, and so if I didn't know the Word of God, it really was because I didn't care about it. I didn't deem it of any value, because everything else I deem of value I know a lot about. And of course, then if you get that right, it's so powerful. Jesus changes you. It wasn't like I woke up one day and said, "I tell you what, I think I'll change." I woke up one day and said, "I think I'll repent, and I think I'll come into the authority of Christ." And then He's going to change me, and that process is still going, and it'll continue until He returns or I'm dead. But so I want everybody to know that I'm speaking. I'm that guy that shows up and said, "Let me tell you the kind of man I was. Some of you are probably like that, and here's what it took to change that." And I hope that's how it comes across.
It is how you come. That's exactly how you come across, and it doesn't matter if you're doing the things that you're supposed to do and being the spiritual leader of the house. You can always still be challenged.
Oh yeah,
and that's what's so great about it. I mean, even the greatest man that was there in our audience the other night, he could be doing everything right, but he could always still be challenged in some aspect of his life, and that's what was so great about it.
Yeah, the biggest mistake that a lot of us make in our spiritual life is we think, it's good. I'm good enough. I'm where I need to be. I think I won't go to hell, and that's good enough for me. That's a dangerous theology.
Participation trophy. You could have dropped the mic after you talked about participation trophies.
Yeah. That line just wrecked me the first time that I think God placed it on me. Every man out there makes fun of participation trophies, but too many of them expect Jesus to give them one.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, in their spiritual life. They live that participation life in their spiritual life, and they'll make fun of it and everything else. Hey, but let me tell you this before we go to kind of confirm. I know it was difficult for that, and we've had some fun with it, and we talked that night that we were going to have fun with it. But when I was going back to the airport, and I was talking, and this was said to me, hey, my dad or granddad, I can't remember what it was, if we didn't do it the way we did it, he wasn't going to come. Mm-hmm. So because he has been worried about COVID and his age and the way he is, he said, so they were men that were there. If y'all had not done it the way you did it, they would not have come. And for those of us that would have come either way, see, it didn't affect us. Right. We came either way. But you know, we need to do the best we can do, never compromising the message. Right. But if we can try to arrange the gathering that every man who wants to come will come, and the only way they don't come is because they don't want to, not because, well, I don't want to be put in that room stacked in there with all these other men. So you did the right thing, and it led to a great story. So we got something out of it, and hopefully. You know, they're men who made decisions that night, and will make them throughout the week that'll change them forever.
And the grandfather you're talking about is the one that won the Glock.
He won the Glock. See, he wasn't to come. He got a Glock anyway. Wow. And he got to worship. How about that? Don't you love the world we're from? You go to a men's event and get a Glock.
Oh, I know.
Right before I called in, I did call Eric, and he's going through the cards right now, and we have had several responses on there that that they had circled that they had received Christ.
Amen.
So we're starting the
That's right.
process and starting to get in touch with these guys and get them in this April 11th date.
Well, thank you, and that's when the curriculum starts on April 11th. Hey, when y'all get those numbers so I can share them with the team, will you send them to me?
We will. We will. And open those seats back up because I hadn't been in a year and a half.
Yeah, he's been up here to go ticket seats.
Really?
All right. So we'll try to get that done,
good.
Clay. And, hey, we'll hope your surgery goes well, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Clay.
Thank you.
Thanks for that and all the work you guys put into it. 16 and a half minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. 866-WE-BE-BIG and our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
past the hour. Let's open the lines. All 10 of them are open. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can join us. Harry Murdahl is settled in. What would you like to talk about, America? Let's go. Plenty of room for you on the program right now. Drop in there at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get you lined up and get you ready to go. While you are coming in, I do want to point you to butcherbox.com/Bubba. Butcherbox.com/Bubba. Now, I know, and it's gotten a little cooler where we are. James Spann has warned this is Holy Week, and Easter is coming up Sunday, and James Spann has been saying forever, don't plant before Easter. Wait till Easter is gone. A little cooler where we are today. But the grilling season, you can feel it upon you. I mean, we're having these days, and it's time. So if you are looking for something to get on the grill, you need to go to butcherbox.com/Bubba. They will take these delicious proteins. They'll ship them right to you. And it'll improve your life and the quality of your diet because, they only deal with farmers that do this with no hormones, and you're not going to have any antibiotics or anything like that in the livestock. And they're going to be, if it's beef, it's going to be 100% grass-fed and finished. The organic chicken, the heritage-bred pork is there, wild-caught salmon and scallops. It really is delicious. Now, I want you to listen to this right here. I can't believe we're continuing this. You sure this copy doesn't need to be updated, Griff? I mean, it says right now that we're still going to give new members 2 pounds of free organic ground beef in every box for the lifetime of the account. So as long as you're a Butcher Box customer, you're going to get
lifetime
2 pounds of ground beef every box that comes in.
Wow. Who can't beat that?
Yeah, go to butcherbox.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so phone calls. Let's get started. Joe, and I went through Meridian, Mississippi last Thursday night out on the road with manchurch.com listening to 97.9 The Buzz. By the way, you would love The Buzz. They play our kind of music on there. Joe in Meridian. Joe, go ahead. Welcome. 30 seconds.
Good morning to you guys.
Hey, buddy.
Just wanted to see if anybody on this planet would put their name on the cancel culture. I haven't heard one name connected to that. It's all just cancel culture, cancel culture.
You mean like
these morons just don't really? They're not even brave enough to put their name with that.
Well, cancel culture is a broad. That's a description, really, that our culture has become a canceling culture, but that might feature many organizations. It wouldn't. It wouldn't feature just one person or one organization.
It's not cancel culture corp.
Right.
Yeah. It applies to a lot of different people.
It's kind of an action.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go to Wes out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Wes, go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Buddy.
You are, Wes. You're up.
Yes, sir. I missed it earlier this morning. Y'all talking about Lil Nas X and his shoes he's releasing. I just want to see what y'all's comments on that was.
Well, we sat down at one time and tried to be his PR team, and I don't think this is the best strategy to give Satan a lap dance and pretend that you and Satan are now running buddies, and you've got shoes with satanic symbols on it and a drop of blood. I don't think that's the way to go. If I was his agent and his PR team. But it's disgusting, and it's wicked, and it's evil. And then we're trying to figure out this weird arrangement, how Nike has said they did not produce these shoes. He bought the Nike brand, and then I use the word customized, but would you say maybe? And then undoubtedly, there's people that do this. With
this
brands.
company that did it have done other ones in the past. So I don't know what the legalities are on it. I'm sure we'll hear more about it next few days. Yeah, it makes you wonder if you're on the marketing team, what finished number 2.
Mm-hmm, right. What was the second idea to get Lil Nas, whatever his name is out there?
Lil Nasty.
Let's go to Randy.
Just call him LNX.
Franklin, Tennessee. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. So I don't know if you've noticed the new commercials where the man is teaching the people not to turn into your parents.
Oh, yeah. I love my favorite commercials on TV.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm a student of these commercials now because I love them so much. So I want to break it down real quick. If you look in the background when you're looking at these things, there's 2 things. One, in the back corner, they've got like a fake chair and a steering wheel, and there's a poster that says, "Dad jokes are no joke." And then at the end of his seminar, if you look closely, instead of someone
putting their iPhone out to take a picture. It's actually an iPad, which is like classic for parents that don't know how to take pictures.
That is so good. I haven't caught those little nuances that you need to be looking for. These commercials are fantastic.
Oh yeah, I always I can't. I'm excited about what they're going to say next.
Gosh, and the guy they got,
and I know one of my favorites is coming that I do, and I can't wait for them to make fun of it. The tennis ball hanging from a string to know where to pull up the park.
Oh, that's got to be coming. Yeah, that's got to be coming. Randy,
Park perfect every time.
Every time.
Randy, Jacksonville, Alabama. Randy, go ahead.
Randy.
Hey guys, this is Randy Haynes, one of your buddies.
Hey Randy, what's up?
Oh, not much. I was just calling to tell you, I know I only got 30 seconds, so here we go. I coached at Pepperell High School in Rome, Georgia for about 10 years, and been at church at Lindale. And I can remember being there, and that train come by, and you have to stop the worship service.
It's right.
11:35 till about 11:42, 43, depending on how long the train was.
Yeah, I mean, those trains, a train coming through a city doesn't go fast anyway. And some of them are really long.
I mean, what do you do on Easter? Do you call them and tell them the track's messed up or something?
Something. Let's go to...
Hey, track's out.
Go to Clint in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Clint, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to point out it's kind of funny about our society. That Lil Nas video has got 15 million views. Tom McDonald put out one about facing addiction in church, and he's only got 1.5.
But isn't that, does that surprise you, though? I mean,
well, this has in all fairness, this has that train wreck, car wreck kind of thing.
Yeah, you want to peek at it and go,
yeah.
oh, yeah, that is bad.
But I'm telling you, though.
But I don't think it's going to be positive for them long term.
No, but
I don't either.
But the culture is shifting. Now, you're right. Some of this
may have went a little too far.
Yeah, the culture is shifting, though, that there's fewer and fewer people that are offended by what he's doing.
Now, you're right about that.
And it's been a shift. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get back and we'll break down some more stories. How about March Madness is rolling along? We're down to 8, right?
We are. Elite 8 starts today too. Tonight.
And then there was 8. We'll come back. We'll chat about that a little bit and get to more of your phone calls before the show is over today. Thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Another week, another day, another hour. Hey! Hey, what we doing? See you in dirty laundry. Somebody say I'm jealous. And I'm jealous.
Jealous again.
All right, so I know for basketball people, we're down to 8, and I know that the cancel culture, back to our caller a minute ago, that thinks that there's, I guess, one person who won't tell us his name. He keeps wanting to be called cancel culture.
Yeah. Oh, cancel. He's been busy.
Yeah, well, we don't even know his guy's name. Well, no, it's not
It's
a
not a
person.
guy that's going around canceling.
I didn't really understand that call.
It's kind of an action.
But anyway, cancel culture, we were told we could not enjoy the Oral Roberts University story, not allowed to like it.
That's right.
Not allowed to celebrate it because of their biblical view on marriage. You can't even. It's not. This is not what we want.
Rick, it doesn't reflect what the NCAA says about it.
Right. There you go. So anyway, whoopity-doo da day. NCAA.
I'm surprised this quarterback for BYU's not getting a lot of grief. We cancel him too.
Well,
Since
let
the
me just
draft's
say
coming
that.
up. They haven't. They haven't.
Let me say this about Oral Roberts. If you disagree with that, don't play for him. Nobody's capturing people and forcing them to play. Right? These people that are there don't have a problem with it, and they were pretty good.
That's where us as individuals need to make our own choices.
Right.
Had them quite the run until Arkansas stepped in and said, no, sir.
I was going to say,
still rolling.
If you went ahead and pushed through and were celebrating the Cinderella story, it's over.
It is.
If you hated it and wanted it to go away, it went away. Arkansas took care of that, whichever end of the fence. They either broke your little heart or they finally got rid of this dangerous.
Of course, they got the Baylor Bears tonight, and I want you two to watch because there's a couple mullets involved. See, I think this is the way I can get you involved with basketball, Rick. Baylor has this, he is big, tall, lanky, with a nice mullet, and he fires it from all over the place.
Is it a great mullet?
Oh, it is. It is.
And what's this guy? How do you say Gonzaga or Gonzaga?
Gonzaga.
Okay.
I hear people say it
The
both
Zag.
ways.
So they got
I
a
have
Zag,
to,
right?
but, yeah.
They got a
Gonzaga.
guy I looked up, and I thought they were doing a story about Screech dying again because he looks just like Screech did. Not Screech as a kid, but as an actor with the same mustache and same hairdo. And they say he's a handful.
His last name's
center.
Timmy. Yeah. He can fire it up
Big
there,
boy.
too.
Yeah,
But I thought, my
he
goodness, they're
looks-
doing a special on Screech going on there.
He looks as unathletic, really, to me,
Yeah, he
when you
does.
see him, but he can put the ball in the
He's
hole,
tough,
you
too.
know?
Yeah.
Of course, you ought to be tough. You're that big. I'd be tough if I was that big.
I mean,
Nobody'd mess
hey,
with me.
what
I
you gonna
promise
do
you
with
that.
it?
What's he about,
exactly.
7?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'd stand on the street and make people pay me to live.
Yeah.
Guys, have you ever been around a 7-footer?
Oh,
We had that one come to the
7'4".
sports stars that
They
day.
have to duck to go through door
His
frames.
head
There's
was
mullet.
up in here.
Look at mullet.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
He's
exact
rocking it.
hairdo I had.
I did.
That's
That's
it.
you. That's your
my
hairdo.
Hey, he can go.
Who do
he
you
can
think,
play.
if they get to the championship game, or I don't know, where would they? I guess
They would meet the first game of the Final Four, I believe.
Would they really?
You're talking about Gonzaga and Baylor. Yeah.
Baylor is. When I saw them play, I was
You'd
impressed.
have mullet versus the stash in game one.
I enjoy them while you can, because I'm sure they'll be put on probation before it's over with, like a football team. So.
I have no idea.
They're real good all of a sudden.
I don't know who's in it. I just knew that Oral Roberts got beat, and I was actually at a small group last night from church, and only way I knew that Alabama got beat is there was an Alabama basketball fan in the small group that kept wanting his wife to leave, and she wasn't because she was being chatty. And he
That was a tough loss
and
for
he
the
couldn't
Tide
get out
last
of there.
night.
And we told him, hey, you want to put on TV in here? And also he goes, no, they're already down by 11. And he had his Alabama basketball shirt on. I thought, so they must be struggling.
Yeah.
Well, it went to
overtime.
Yeah, here's the thing. They should have won. On paper, they're the 2 seed. UCLA is the 11 seed.
Mm-hmm.
By all measure, Alabama's supposed to win this and probably win it by double digits. Okay? But when you go 11 for 25 from the free throw line, you shoot 25% from the 3-point line, which is not normally what you'd more like
And that's
30,
what they live
35.
by.
They
They
do
live
live and
by
die
the
by
three.
the 3.
Yeah.
On top of that, and I think this was probably more important than anything, the defensive player of the year and the player of the year in the SEC, Jones, got in foul trouble early.
Like the first 45 seconds.
And did not play 15 minutes of the game.
All right.
So you add those 3 things up. They still went to overtime, and the kid from Pelham, Reese, hammers a 3 with no time to send it to overtime, which was fantastic. And he usually gives them a big jump off the bench. And he was hurt for most of the night, too, didn't play for 13 minutes. So they had a ton of things going against them. I hate it they got beat.
I thought y'all were describing the Jacksonville State football game.
Yeah.
Well, that was quite the ordeal, too.
Nate Oates has done a great job in his second season, completely turned around. And Rick, he kind of, he has the mentality that we would have played well under in our days of basketball. He wants you to shoot a three or a layup, nothing in between.
Yeah.
And when you live and die by the three, you can really blow some people out. You can catch up in a hurry, but when you're cold, man, it's ugly.
Mm-hmm. Stay away from injuries. Stay away from fouls. They turned the ball over 14 times too. That's not going to help. But that's pretty normal for them. You take away this one or two of these things I'm discussing, they easily win 6-8 points.
Mm-hmm. But a great year.
I was frustrated by it. I
overall.
couldn't figure out if I was more frustrated at Alabama basketball yesterday or JSU football.
Well, I heard,
as you
I heard the JSU football game was ugly.
Oh, it was goodness. I don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah, I didn't go to it, but I heard they had a lot of turnovers and penalties.
Yeah, it's hard to win turnover that many times.
Mm-hmm. And they were on quite a roll. They'd only lost one game this season, which sounds funny because it was a hyphenated season, but that was to Florida State before that.
All right, wait a minute. So this just continues?
Yeah.
The few games they got in the fall? Well, that's just weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like
their record going in was like 6-1 or 7-1, something like that.
And then
it was
this is
7-1
the
up
finishing
yesterday.
of the season?
Yeah, and they'll go through a full-blown playoff.
Yeah, the playoffs will be next month.
All right, so
and they're having the championship game in Texas just like they normally do,
Yes,
but
they
it'll
are.
be like May.
Yeah, end of May. All right, so today you have Baylor and Arkansas, 9:57 or 8:57 tip, and it's Central Time. And then Oregon State and Houston. So I'd like to hear from Bucky Beaver at some point today if we could. Oregon State, Houston, 7:15 or I guess 6:15 tip Central Time. And then the other four that'll be tomorrow will be UCLA, Michigan, Gonzaga, and USC, the Trojans in it. So please, Rick, watch Baylor tonight. It's going to be a late tip. Just watch the first few minutes before you go to bed. I need your commentary tomorrow on the mullet.
Okay.
And they've got another guy on the bench that has a mullet too. So and sometimes they're out there together.
Mullet's back.
Can you? I don't know if it's just me, but I loved Houston when they had the Phi Slamma Jamma days. And so it's good to me to see Houston back
really
playing
good,
at a high level. I mean, I don't know how good they are. I haven't seen
they
them
are.
play.
They're 2 seed. They're really good.
They were entertaining back in the day.
Yeah, I heard somebody talking
to that lady
because I don't follow it. I don't know anything about it. But I heard somebody talking, and I
Couldn't
heard
have been more shocked.
some teams you just mentioned popped up, but they said the Pac whatever has done
Pac-12.
quite well.
Yeah,
they kind of dominated March Madness.
Well, they could easily have 3 of the 4 Final Four teams.
Wow.
Well, they had like 7 in it.
They're
Didn't they?
definitely going to have one in either. Well, and Gonzaga's not in their conference, but they're out in the West Coast. The West Coast is dominated. And then UCLA with that win last night, if they were to get by Michigan, they're in. And then Oregon State. And Oregon was also out there. I mean, they have had – the Big Ten was supposed to be the best conference this year, and they only sent one team to the Sweet 16. Complete failure on their end. And then the Pac-12 was not supposed to make that much noise, and they have been here just dominating. So –
Well, they play a lot more basketball. Their football teams hadn't been anything in a long time.
Well, that's why they call it madness.
The Big Ten, I mean, they've
That's
laid
why
some,
they call it madness.
they've laid some eggs.
And to our discussion in the kickoff hour, Gonzaga they're looking, if they were to win, 32-0, okay?
Unbelievable.
That would be a 45-year record. Has not happened since Indiana 45 years ago. I got a stat this
Quinn
morning.
Buckner was
I don't know
point
if this is accurate, but the last 26 games they've won by double digits, or they've won 26 in a row this year by double digits. Think about that a minute.
Wow.
Speedy and I were talking about this. I feel sorry for these teams that get out in the first quarter and they'll get like 6-7 points up, and they think they have them something, and then they end up getting beat by 12 or 15.
Yeah. So they could walk all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
If Gonzaga and Baylor play, who do you think would win?
Gonzaga.
I think Baylor.
I'm going Stash over the mullet.
I'm going Baylor.
I have no.
They're both very good teams.
They are.
They're both very good.
I hope
teams.
to get to see that.
I mean, the highest level to be undefeated at this point in the season is amazing.
There are no Oral Roberts, but
Yeah, right. I have not seen a ball dribbled on the court. I have no idea.
I'd like your first dribble to be watching the mullet tonight.
It's all according to how the night unwinds.
I know.
Yeah, maybe if I think of it.
I'll send you
What
a
channel is
highlighter
it on?
too. CBS.
Okay. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
What time's that tip?
First game starts at 6:15 Central Time.
When's Baylor though?
Oh, they're late. It may be 7:15. They're late. 8:57 or 9:57, wherever you live. He'll never make it.
You won't see that. You won't see that one, buddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. I do want to point you to Car Shield. Car Shield, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter how much money you think you put back for that dream vacation, how much money you put back for fill in the blank. You think your car cares about that? You know who's key to that, don't you? Ding! Your automobile couldn't care less what you're saving money for. If it breaks down, it's going to take that money, unless you take your automobile and you have it under a protection plan from carshield.com. Carshield.com. You need to get this done. It doesn't matter if your vehicle has 5,000 or 150,000 miles on it. The CarShield can help you if your car does not have any warranty. If it no longer has warranty, then you need to get a protection plan from CarShield. And then if you're protected and it's a covered repair, they'll pay the mechanic of your choice directly. And then you have a rental car at no extra charge. And then you always have 24/7 roadside assistance while you're under the protection plan. Save 10% with the promo code BUBBA by going to carshield.com. Use that code BUBBA or call them 1-800-665-2157. Mention Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Get that done.
Rick, still talking a little sports from the weekend. And by the way, got a lot of email from people who went to the banana baseball game.
I saw that too.
We may want to hear from some of you guys in the next segment or next hour.
We'll do phones coming back. So if you saw one, kind of find a place you can call us.
Rick, there was another story that caught my eye this morning just because of the title of it. Auburn University's bass fishing team has been suspended till the end of the year as a result of alleged violation in the school's COVID-19 travel and event policy.
No, so we've shut down a fishing team?
That's what it looks like. Internally, somebody at Auburn has said, you violated our school policy on COVID-19. It says the violations of school policy are alleged to have occurred between July 2020, February 2021, and March 2021. The letter written by an assistant director of campus recreation competitive sports.
What was that title?
Bob, bet they're fun to hang around.
Assistant director of campus recreation competitive sports. So I guess the fishing is not NCAA, right?
No,
it's like a club thing.
Yeah.
So I guess this all falls under the club. And there's a lot of different club sports, by the way, that are not NCAA.
Correct.
Now get this. It states that no member of the club may compete, travel, recruit, or represent the Bass Fishing Club in any capacity effective immediately until calendar year 2022. Okay, so the rest of the year. Now, the Auburn Bass team or fishing team has been a very good team. They've had several championships over the 14-year history, including the Major League Fishing College Red Chris National Championship in 2019. I also saw in one of the stories they said that the members could not even wear their shirts in public, or it could be more restrictions put on.
I can't even wear my
about
fishing
a hat. That's what
I can't wear my fishing shirt.
That's what the story said.
Somebody said they can't even go near a purple worm.
No, cannot.
I can't believe that.
The fishing team's in trouble.
I mean,
Auburn's fishing team is rogue.
You know, you'd like to know a little bit. It just catches your eye when you see the fishing team banned anywhere. So, I mean,
something fishy about that.
Yeah.
That's right.
So the club members have declined comment. They said it's under appeal. While the investigation's going on, they don't want to comment on it. Got that. But you just don't think of the fishing teams getting in trouble. You know, it's that's kind of strange. And the fact that they threw the book at them for this, you know.
Yeah. Well,
this is like a season death penalty here.
I hate to say this. It probably had to be done within the university because no one else would care.
Oh, well,
I mean, it's like
that's how you would regulate that.
Can you
probably
imagine somebody run up saying, "Hey, we think the fishing team's violated COVID-19"? Just let them fish. I mean,
but Rick, think about this: how much you love to fish. What if you could gone to school, possibly on a scholarship, to fish every day?
Now, in all fairness, I did. It just wasn't a fish.
A lot more fishing than going to class.
Yeah, I think that's what happened at Troy, actually. But not bad fishing down there, by the way.
That is that's
Enterprise.
just a strange. I'd like to hear.
I want to know what they did that
From
was
some-
so brutal we
because
had to shut it down.
You follow?
this is what's strange to me, because think about this: in fishing, you're not piling up on the field like you would in football. You're not bumping into everybody, breathing hard like you would in basketball. I mean, it's one of the more isolated sports, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we've got kids that were friends of Brody's that I think they're on that team.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that they came out of Broward.
Caitlin knows several of them.
That pair really good.
Yeah, they're good. They're very good. Yeah, well,
But,
matter of fact,
of course, they're not fishing now.
But I trained one of them down at the pond. He fished down the pond a few times.
And Rick, think about this: you see the coaches, especially in basketball. Well, you saw it in football too. They'll take their mask down to yell at somebody and then put it back up.
And look, there's a kid. He fished down at the pond. Did I slip him a little bit of money? I said, "Hey, I like the way you bringing that largemouth in."
So I'm kind of confused. It's just an odd title to see out there, and seems like they were. I mean, I don't know the details, but it seemed like they were a little harsh with the fishing team.
I gave the kid a few rattle traps. Okay,
Rick, nobody needs to know about all
I'm
that.
just kidding. Lucas in Birmingham fished for Auburn. Lucas, do you know what's going on?
Guys, I don't. I've been reading a little bit in on it, but all the guys that I fished with, everybody's sharing it on Facebook, on social media. It's getting blown up because again, like to Bubba's point, literally we're at a distance, right? We're not on top of each other. We're not yelling at each other, spitting in each other's face, touching the same ball. I mean, we're on a boat, and we're all separated. We're all out there competing, and it's so frustrating because I fished for Auburn from 2012 to 15. And at that time, we were obviously still a club sport, but the school still had pushback on us having the logos and the shirts. And then since then, the sport of fishing, college fishing, and even high school fishing now has grown so much.
Yes,
huge.
I mean, you guys know. I mean, Daniel Moultrie's a good friend of mine. I mean, him. Obviously him going to Bethel, and they're handing out scholarships at different schools and things like that. So it's huge, but. It's frustrating because why are you going to do that? Why? I mean, these kids work so hard. They've got a lot of money invested in boats and tackle, and it teaches you a lot about discipline and it's a fun thing for people to do, and it gives you an opportunity to create a career out of it if that's what you want to do. And so, all of us are out here trying to figure out how can we change this? And this is ridiculous. So this is one of the most socially distancing sports we have, or activities that we have. Why are we going to do this?
Lucas, if you find out some more information on it, shoot us an email or something, because it is a very intriguing story.
But guys, evidently there's guidelines for COVID, and they didn't go by them.
Right.
I mean, I'm not overthinking this thing. I don't know what the guidelines are.
Yeah, and
but obviously for this being this harsh, somebody didn't go by the guidelines.
You would expect that maybe they got a warning or two and just blew it off or something. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe they did. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Maybe
we need more.
Maybe they were just fishing on their own. They haven't have the jersey on. I mean, you don't know what happened. Because
this is one reason the club sports don't want to be in the NCAA, because of all the silly rules you got to go by.
That's the thing, too. So I just don't understand it. If you're going to go this far with it, you don't have a response to everybody else ready to go. University doesn't respond to this and have a comment explaining in more detail.
Yeah,
makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, I'm with Greg. Maybe they understood the rules and they violated them.
And maybe they violated them a few times. To Bubba's point, they may have had a first, second, third chances. But why don't we know that?
That would be in the information.
Thank you. That's
because
my point.
the person quoted here is an underling, even in that department. It ain't even the head person.
Yeah, what I would do, and I would say, if you'd like to know why fill in the blank has happened, here's why. Where's that? Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6.5 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here for another hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buzz.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank you for being a part of the little program we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, so this is, well, I'll tell you, if you are ready to get the UFO folks started, I mean, we have a story, and we're just going to let Marco Rubio say, you didn't think I was going to say that kind of name. You thought I was going to come up with some name that was kind of out there.
Right.
This is actually Senator Marco Rubio, a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He has been privy to classified information, and he is extremely concerned involving UFOs, and here he is in his own words.
On that Senate Intel Committee, man, I saw you guys are supposed to be, the government is going to actually have to put out everything they know about UFOs to the public. I guess that's not.
Well, for me, the whole thing was this, and that's why we put that language in there. And then people think about space aliens. For me, is there's stuff flying over military installations, and no one knows what it is, and it isn't ours. So for me, that's logical. You want to know what it is. I mean, it's common sense, right? Stuff's flying over the top of your most sensitive installations, and it's not ours, and no one knows whose it is. You should find out what it is and tell us.
I mean, are we going to get like the friendly aliens? You think? If you think honestly, should people be worried? I mean, I guess that's a better question.
Well, I think the worry is there's stuff flying over our facilities and we don't know what they are. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I mean, that's the concern. Maybe it's got a logical explanation to it, but people want to know. I want to know what it is.
I mean, who's a bigger threat right now? Do you think? I mean, people are always talking about like China's a big threat, but shouldn't we also be worried about what's else out in the universe?
Well, I wouldn't take it one step at a time. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying that's what it's all about. Like I told you, I don't know. I don't know the answer to what it is, but it's stuff that's there, and people.
So you're on the Intel Committee. They don't even tell you what's going on?
Well, I think they tell us what's going on. I mean, there's stuff flying over the top of our military installations, and they don't know who's flying it. They don't even know what it is.
So this guy wants Rubio to commit to Little Grays, and Rubio's going, no, you're taking this away. There's just stuff we don't know what it is over top of our military bases. That's what we want to find out.
No.
We don't know who's driving it.
So what you're saying is it could be then.
Well, it's unidentified, isn't it?
And you know what Rubio just said? Look, the bottom line is there's stuff flying over these very sensitive areas, and nobody knows what it is. That part I will commit to. So what does that mean? I think we all know. I mean, it's kind of odd. I mean,
It's real odd to hear a senator on the Intelligence Committee say that.
Yeah,
I mean, just flat out say it.
Yeah. It's one thing if it was, maybe somebody who was a little bit of a bird.
Yeah, somebody that escaped from somewhere and he's on coast to coast.
Yeah, or just there's people in our government that I would probably go, well, that guy's a bird. I mean, but Rubio he was just level-headed, saying, I mean, if we have things flying over military installments and we don't in our bases and we don't know what this is, then we probably need to know.
And Rick, I hate to go back to this TikTok
Here we go.
incident, but
Here we go.
We've got Navy pilots and our most advanced fighters.
Going back to this again. Do you mean tic-tac, by the way?
What did I say?
TikTok.
Tic-tac.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now there was one story where they saw a clock flying, but this is not it. This is the craft that looked like a tic-tac.
Right, the little oblong.
Right.
But we've got pilots and F-18 Super Hornets trying to catch these things, and they can't catch them. And their movements are so erratic that our planes can't even make those adjustments. So, yeah, that's disturbing. Heck, yeah. How about the one the guy saw coming out of the water? Came out of the water up and then took off.
Out of the water.
Yeah, oh, yeah. He had one come out of the water.
Bubba.
Look it up. Y'all read the pilots, what they said. Some of them got video of it released. Huh? I do find it strange that the Nimitz aircraft battle group was involved in this. And they are mentioned in one of the great sci-fi movies, The Final Countdown.
Right, yeah.
They are the battle group that gets sucked back through the time warp to the day before the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, which I thought was, the technology for the special effects were not that good at that time. But far as a plot to a movie and the twists that went with it, I thought that was an excellent movie. I'd like to see it remade with today's technology.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
But
do you remember it?
Not really. No,
It's got so many great twists.
Have I
on
seen
these
the Final Countdown?
time things on it?
Yeah.
So they're out on maneuvers. They run into a really bad thunderstorm, and
It's not the one when all
go
the
through-
Sphinx thing starts walking around, is it? Which one's that one?
No, that's Stargate.
Okay.
Yeah. They get spit back out on the day before the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor. And they can't figure out where they are. They're out of contact with everybody, but they're picking up AM radio broadcasts. They're trying to figure out what's going on. They're picking up the Japanese Navy broadcast where their communication. And they're trying, and somebody finally says, guys, I think we went through a time warp. We're back here on, what was it, December the 6th, 1941.
They hear Bill Bubba Bussy doing Shoe Depot commercials
Right,
on
that's
AM
it,
18.
that's it. So, and they see the Empire of the Rising Sun's aircraft carriers approaching Hawaii and getting ready for an attack. Matter of fact, they catch one of their pilots somehow. He crashes. They get him out of the water on a reconnaissance plane. And then they have to decide, are we going to intervene in this war that could change all of history, or are we going to stand by? And it was pretty cool. The commander said, look, we're the armed forces of the United States military. If we're under attack, we're going to intervene. I don't care what time it is. And they go after them.
I did not know. I've never heard this movie.
And it's listen, I don't tell the whole plot, but it really makes you think, like, wow, what's going on here? You know?
It's okay. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody out there that says today I've got the Final Countdown lined up. Bubba ruined it for me.
The special, and there was a lot of big stars
Thanks,
in
Bubba.
it too at the time. But this Tic Tac video is, and the pilots communicating and all. It's disturbing.
Well, Senator Rubio has said what all there is. There's things flying over these very delicate, places, and we don't know what it is. Well, we need to know what it is. Could it just be some technologically advanced spy planes or drones from other countries?
That would probably be a good
probably likely that's what we're talking about here.
Right.
I know for some of you that's a little bit of a downer, but that's still a big deal. You
It's still a UFO because it's unidentified.
You still didn't know what it is.
Yeah.
I know y'all want Little Grace. I got it. But I mean, it's
Hangar 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is interesting. See, and I don't think the government, even though they're under directive to do so, will be completely forthcoming on this report in June. But I think they're probably going to start sharing more than they've ever shared before, which will be intriguing.
I think part of sharing it all, if there's nothing there, is so people can say, well, they showed us. So it's not, they're not hiding anything. They showed us.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they do that, to divert you away from where it really is.
Right. We all know these games. Come on.
Oh, look. They got you out there chasing stuff. That's not it. They got it hid where you'll never know.
That's right.
Speedy, you went and investigated it with Don Juan.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So that out there, that's just a distraction.
It is.
That's all that is. Area 51, nothing but a distraction. That's to get us looking over there while they had the stuff somewhere else.
Well, I think it used to be the main place, and now they've made it to, hey, look here.
Tell you what, there's some locals in Roswell that's got some stories.
I know. I
think living in that desert will give you stories no matter what.
Guys,
military base or not.
Yeah, I talked to a guy under an overpass. He had some too.
yeah.
Sure. So it's you can find stories. They're out there.
The guy that stands out of the little museum there in Roswell, he'll tell you all about it.
He's got some stories, doesn't
he? Yes, he does.
Or it could be, I hate to bring this up, but it's happened before. It might be our own military testing to see if this technology can be intercepted before they send it overseas.
Your phone calls are next. Harry Murdahl's ready. 866 We Be Big.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour. 21 past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show phone troll. 866 We Be Big. Harry Murdahl's ready. Lines are available. You need to move. You need to go. Let's go. Pick it up and get in here. Find out what's on your mind today. You have a question to ask, a comment to make, bring information to the table. It's not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. At the end of 30 seconds, we'll hear this. That means your time on the program comes to a close, and we get to the next caller quicker. So if you are, first of all, there's a big sample, so it's easier to get in. Then we start moving that line, and we start moving them through, and you get in the line, and boom, here you go. I'm up. I'm ready. So be ready. Do not have the attitude when we answer the phone as if it surprises you. 866 We Be Big is the number. Back on the road this week, themanchurch.com headed to Forge Men's event. We'll be in the hangar for the USS Alabama battleship in Mobile, Alabama. We'll be there with the men's ministry from the people of Mars Hill Church. And then on the 3rd, coming up this Saturday night, Easter weekend, Shelby Wild Game Dinner at South Shelby Baptist Church in Shelby, Alabama. You can be part of either one of these events by going to rickandbubba.com and looking under upcoming events. Let's start.
Hey, don't let that thing go through a time warp while you're on it. I'll tell you that. It'll give you some handles, buddy.
Yeah, hopefully we're in the hangar, not on the actual ship.
If you see a strange-looking storm brewing, get off that thing.
That's right. Get off of it. Time warp, baby.
That's right.
It's the final countdown. Da-da-da-da. West Tennessee. Phil standing by. Phil, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all today?
We're fine, Phil. You fired up?
Oh, I'm fired up, man. Hey, so I'm going through the TV, and I'm flipping channels, and I see the NCAA women's tournament, and they are selling cardboard cutouts, and they've got, like, all the announcers up there, and they said you could buy a cutout for the NCAA tournament, and I think it'd be great for you, Rick and Bubba, to get side by side with Beth Mowens.
Bless him.
Yeah, Rick and Bubba and Beth Mowens here at the women's basketball tournament. That's a good shot. Oh, the bank is open. So I got Rick and Bubba here on each side of me. Bubba, Rick, thank you guys for being with Beth. Calling a little play-by-play of NCAA women's basketball action.
I heard an announcer on one of the games just a while back, but he said something I thought was funny. The guy throws up a three-point shot, and he banks it in. And he said, I wonder if he called bank before he shot that.
David, Prattville, Alabama, I-92. David, go ahead.
David?
Yes, good morning. I just want to know, I know there's a few people that have a hotline to heaven, and I know it's you guys. Would y'all please pray that I get my stimmy? I want my Biden bucks, dadgummit. Please pray for me so I can have it. I want to get 2 new tires.
So what are you wanting? A
stimulus check.
Stimulus check.
He's wanting his Biden bump.
His Biden bump?
Yeah.
My Biden buck.
Is it Biden bucks?
Biden bucks.
Yeah, I like bump
Bump.
better.
Yeah, I call it Biden bump.
Biden bump. Yeah. So he hadn't got his yet. I thought we were just dropping stimulus checks out of the sky.
Well, if you if you file electronically, I think you get a little quicker because they send it back on that to the account where they send refunds.
Yeah, since we cut down tapping into our own resources as the price of gas soars,
right,
and our dependence on places that we kept saying we didn't want to depend on anymore.
Right, start funding terrorists again.
Yeah, that stimulus check get you about maybe a tank of gas or two.
Yeah.
Caitlin and Boaz. Caitlin, welcome to the show. Go.
Hi, good morning. So
Hey.
I'm a student at Auburn University, and so basically we have a petition going around right now for the fishing team. I'm not a part of it anyway.
Something's got.
Oh, man.
Well, here's the thing, and
We're blocking calls now.
Greg made this
Yeah.
point. This is about Auburn University's fishing team, and what we've gathered from people that were on the team is there was a travel ban of all Auburn teams, and the allegation is that the Auburn fishing team traveled when they were not allowed to do so. And if they did that, and it's proven that they did that, and they violated the rule, then what's all this? What's all this outcry? I mean, do you say the rule's not fair, or why
was it untrue?
Is it now? If it's untrue, that's a whole different thing. If it was alleged you traveled in the ban and you didn't, then that's fine. You make your case and you have it done. I think
or punish the people who did it.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
Well, probably. Well, if the penalty is if you do this, we'll shut you down, and you did it, you got shut down, then you can petition all day long, I guess. But maybe you should petition follow the rules. But the and you may not agree with the rule. There's a lot of things that might be the rule in this country I don't agree with. But if I break them, I assure you, me saying I don't agree with it's not really going to matter when they hand down the punishment. But and then you have I tend to think that the club level world, and I understand the club level world, and you have a blast in it, and I love the fishing teams. I'm all about that. But I think they sometimes think, who cares what we do? And maybe this time,
or maybe they think we're not that was for the athletic department.
Well, yeah,
which
they'll have their day to argue.
Yeah, they'll have their day to argument. But I think this thing where we start out in the saying that something's not fair, you probably want to wait till you hear actually what happened and what the fishing team, they've got an appeal. And let it
may win it.
It may come out. If they win the appeal, that'll solve it. If they lose the appeal.
Now, will it be different than like dealing with the NCAA where you never get to have your case heard? It goes on for years and years.
Look, the club world, we sometimes we kind of operate, we think that maybe this has given us a little more freedom, and we might think that we can do things that you can't do.
Loosey-goosey.
If you're look, I've been in this world. In high school sports, I remember the first time that in lacrosse, everybody was saying we need to become part of the high school association. Everybody's like, we don't want to be part of that.
No,
we're actually let's stay away from them. We don't want to be in all that. Next thing you know, they'll assign us some teacher to coach the team. We don't want to do that. Let's go to Roger in Gunnersville. Roger, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, Rick, how are you and the guys doing?
We're doing all right, Roger.
Hey, y'all did a little throwback last week, and I just wanted to bring up something to see if I could get Speedy to do the tuba dance again.
Well,
I'm a tuber.
Now, are you a tuber? Because people who are not tubing cannot request the tuba dance. You must be tubing.
Yeah, I'm sitting here watching you right now.
Okay, so what color shirt does Bubba have on?
Well, you got a blue one on. I'm not sure what Bubba's got on.
What do you think right there? Take a look at that.
Be a delay. Well, Bubba doesn't have a shirt on.
Oh my gosh, Bubba's shirtless.
Oh, it looks like it's black.
There you go. That's it. You got it done.
I needed this too.
Yeah.
I like when he stops at the end.
Locks it down.
How about that? Whoever is playing that tuba is gone.
They are. I mean, their lips are
I'm
numb.
not holding it like a tuba. I know that.
They don't matter.
It don't matter. Yeah,
it's better like that.
Really,
Speedy, you pretend.
Right.
Right. You're really playing that country trumpet or
See,
that country saxophone.
You would be here doing and that's not near.
It doesn't look as cool. Does it?
I guess I could do.
Nah.
What about that when they blow into it that it's not up high?
The 20J.
Yeah,
ain't that what it's called?
Yeah.
It is.
I think that's really the name of what we call tubas.
It is because it's the 20Js.
The old above head one. I don't know what it is.
Now the above head one to me is my favorite.
Oh yeah,
I like that.
Especially
one.
when they get spinning on.
Oh yeah, and you get a logo up on it.
Oh,
Get to playing it.
Yes, you did.
I think Speedy was playing the bagpipe there.
Yes.
I tell you, he's wearing out whatever he's playing.
That Brian Regan bit on the bagpipe.
That's so good.
Hey, please go watch that.
He cusses too much.
He does not. He does not.
Oh, wait a minute. He doesn't cuss enough. That's what it is. So I got it backwards.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll come back and break down some more stories of the day. Some of your more phone calls will be coming up later in the program as well. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. All right, so as we come back, mypillow.com, we hear people saying this all the time. We got to get out there. We got to get after it. We got to support these companies that there's an attempt to cancel. And of course, we don't, you don't support them just for that reason alone. You support them because they do a good job, and they're being unfairly targeted. Well, that's what's happening with mypillow.com. Let me tell you something. The products are flying off the shelf, including Bubba, and we love them. Wore them again this weekend. Those new slippers.
Got to try them on.
My goodness. If you haven't tried their new slippers, these things are fantastic. It's got the MyPillow patented foam, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, all made right here in America. Greg, from soybeans. Oh, boy. Yeah, from soybeans.
Good old soybean.
Yes, the soybean does it all. So if you would like to get the My Bedroom slippers, these are so good. Just go. They got them in the slip-on if you like that, or the moccasin style, whichever you prefer. You'll wear them all the time because I'm telling you, with the sole on them, you walk out there. Of course, I got mine muddy. Got in trouble about that over the weekend. Well, I wore them outside. I had to go out there and take the dog out and all that. And I was like, well, and then I got them a little muddy, so I got to get them off the bottom of them. But really, really comfortable slippers, and you can get yours today by going to mypillow.com and listen to this savings, 40% off.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you want to tote the
I'm
promo
dialed
code
in now.
Yeah, now we got Speedy's attention.
I'm in.
Promo code Bubba for 40% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, couple of things to talk about. So today, and Speedy and I both have noticed it. I don't know whether Bubba, you, Greg, or Helmsley, or Adler have noticed it. The trial begins today, and I've seen that the media has shifted to calling former police officer Derek Chauvin, which is, I thought, how we said it. Everywhere I'm hearing now, they're calling him Chauvin. So is it now Derek Chauvin? Is that how you say his name?
No, that's what I've been hearing.
We went a long time saying Chauvin, and now, first time I just heard somebody say, well, the trial for Derek Chauvin starting, and I was like, what is
It's
that?
one of those that depends on who's saying
what did
it.
they say? But now everybody seems to be shifting to Chauvin. Did we find out, like, from family or something, hey, y'all are saying his name wrong?
Yeah. Is it kind of like we did with our vice president, where we were all kind of dialed in on how to say her name, and then everybody said, no, that's not how to say it.
It's Kamala.
Yeah.
Once I heard someone said, the punctuation mark, comma. Once I got that,
Kamala.
Yeah.
I had it.
I don't know, but I can tell you this. I know Fox News is dialed into Chauvin.
They are.
Chauvin.
Well, I heard, I think it was Hannity, maybe interviewing somebody. They were Chauvining it up. So it's
How was the other way to say it?
Chauvin's what I was saying.
Yeah.
But I think we guys, I got to tell you, I think we're wrong. Well, I don't know if but this is, I think, the new way we're supposed to say it now.
I think you're right. And I will tell you this. I know Chauvin's trial has started with opening statements
today,
right now.
Right
now.
It's on.
If you're
so
listening
we
live.
all agree you say the VN at the end of it. It's the first part, right?
Yeah, show or
Shaw.
show. Yeah.
Because Chauvin to me sounds like a Japanese steakhouse. But
it looks like cha.
Yeah, that's
doesn't it? CHA.
Yeah, so
now you gotta have me saying.
But
Chauvin.
I got it if you guys want it from a computer.
Okay, all right. Let's see what Adler's found.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Chauvin.
Chauvin.
Okay.
Derek Chauvin.
Well, now there's not a
Chauvin.
It's a V-I.
Derek Chauvin.
Chauvin. So it's not even Chauvin. It's Chauvin.
Derek Chauvin.
Am I supposed to emphasize the van?
I have not heard van. I've heard Van because it's V-I-N.
This robot might be wrong.
Okay, but the show part seems to be right.
The show part, yeah. I think she's saying it because that's probably how a robot would say it.
Yeah. Are we gonna?
Thank you.
Yeah,
well, even
right.
My name is Rick Burgess.
It really doesn't even depend on the spelling how they say it. It's how everybody says.
How's the family say it? How's the family say it?
I want to see how.
So I mean, so on our show, if we cover, and I guess we'll cover this trial because it's I'm almost dreading this process we're about to go through.
I know.
And you want there to be justice, and you want there to be also due process.
Mm-hmm.
All should be allowed to take place, but we're just in a different time now.
Can I see how Sam says it, and we can put it all together here?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Chauvin.
And now he's doing it. He's saying
Chauvin.
Like, these
on
robots,
March 29th.
they stick together.
Chauvin.
These robots stick together.
Like you went to
a
show somewhere
Gosh.
and they had vans. Chauvin.
Show. I got show.
Yeah.
Chauvin. Maybe that's the country. Chauvin.
I don't know if I'm willing. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far with it.
Guys, I'm sitting here watching the opening statements right now, and he's clearly saying Chauvin.
Are you serious? Are we
Yes.
back to that?
Yes, I'm just telling you.
It's all confusing.
That gentleman right there that
This
you see
guy?
up on TV too.
He's the prosecutor.
Is saying Chauvin.
Well, what is it? Well,
Bubba, can I jip this and just see?
Could be. Hey, look, maybe he's got it wrong, but he's clearly saying.
Can you jip that one?
Let me just
Jip
jip it.
TV.
So it's TV2. So it's really
opposite.
TV1.
Yeah.
Of Mr. George Floyd for engaging in behavior that was eminently dangerous in the force that he applied without regard for its impact on the life of Mr. George Floyd. So let's begin by focusing then on what we will learn about this 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And you will be able to hear Mr. Floyd saying, "Please, I can't breathe. Please, man, please." In this 9 minutes and 29 seconds, you will see that as Mr. Floyd is handcuffed there on the ground, he is verbalizing 27 times, you will hear. In the 4 minutes and 45 seconds, "I can't breathe. Please, I can't breathe." You will see that Mr. Chauvin is kneeling.
Chauvin.
He is.
He's just Chauvin again.
I think he said a little bit of cha in there. Chauvin.
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 Well, this is going to be. It's a horrible,
I
horrible
think
story.
I think
but
you go with that Chauvin.
that's what we've been saying.
Yeah, I
so
think
what's
that's
this
the way
new
to go.
Chauvin thing?
Maybe it's all
Chauvin.
acceptable, and we just need to go with whatever.
I think everybody's trying to overthink it, and just if that guy's trying to prosecute him and he's saying Chauvin, I'd go with Chauvin.
That's what we're going with.
Yeah.
We're back to our original.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's where I'd land.
Now on this show, there's no telling I could end up.
Right.
There's just no telling. Yeah.
We'll kill it 6 ways to Sunday, no doubt. So.
Can I ask you a question, because and this is just interesting on my part about us in this show, because we do things that boggle the mind here. You know what I mean? We really do. Do I have it correct that in order to change this right here, you just simply go in and change it, right?
And then you have to push take.
But it's a pretty simple process, right?
Well, yeah.
Why will we not simply change this to match that?
What does that say over there?
Well, here 1 is 2 and 2 is 1.
Yeah, when the TVs were taken down, they got swapped. We probably just need to swap them.
Well,
back.
why don't we just
That's
change
3.
these?
That's 2 and 3. It says 2 and then 3. So neither one.
No,
they're reversed up top.
So
no, we don't have one.
The top 2 I used to get. I used to never. That used to be the 2 that would come up.
Okay.
And when we started doing our show here,
I know
now it's 2 and 3.
I know what it is,
and that says 1 and 2.
I don't think 3 is in play, is it?
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, 3 is in play. Yeah.
UFC heavyweight.
Okay, it is.
So
all right,
2
so
and 3
2
are
is
one.
3 and 1 is 2.
I know what it is. I know what it
So
is because
I
we had the one with the show on it, the program,
Yeah.
down on the bottom,
Yeah.
and you could see it in the shot. So you had that
right.
video. So that's why they moved it up.
But I just want to go back to what I'm saying. We just simply have to change this to match it, right?
We need a 2 and a 3 on there.
Yeah, like if I want to pot up TV3, shouldn't it say TV3 on that pot?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know how to.
And then the pot TV2, shouldn't it just say TV2?
Yeah, I don't know how to change.
I mean, wouldn't that
the
just be
printout.
the simplest thing to do?
Yeah, it has I think Tom has to program it.
Right,
But we'll ask him.
But that can be done.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, we've gone years.
Cannot be done.
We've gone years of leaving this like this, and it just dawned on me when I looked down. I thought like I was trapped. There's no way out of this. And or I could just take the stickers and move them. But I mean, yeah. But I remember thinking, I'm over here thinking I'm trapped in this never-ending 2 is 1 and 3 is 2.
All right.
And I realized I really could just make an adjustment and make the labels actually be right.
Right, and if we can't change it on the board, then we can always change it up here.
That's how all these. That's how all these names got in here.
No, yeah, but that
Right.
yeah, but somebody's got to. I don't know how to do that.
Right.
Tom, to your point, Tom. Would have
Yeah,
to
but it
come
can
in.
be done.
It can.
That's all I'm
yes.
asking. It can be done. On the various trips here of Tom, one time we could have said, "Hey, would you mind making these 2 pots match up to the TV?"
Right.
I mean, to answer my question, this is not a difficult.
No.
I mean, this is not trying to get to Everest.
No.
Right.
I mean, right.
It should say 2 and 3.
But what gets me is how we'll just live with things like this for just extreme amount of time. And I thought today I looked down, I thought that could actually be fixed.
And I feel like I have it dialed in, then I always look down, I forget.
Right.
All right, which one's which?
Right. And apparently we're sticking with the small TV over here on the big frame.
That's been years.
Right. That one's clicking along. That's a number. I mean, I remember when that first came in. Hey, we're not going to stand for that. Yeah.
And then COVID hit.
More of your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866, tough day for you, Speedy, at your new job. Here we go, 866, we be big. Lines are available. Anything you want to talk about, 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close. We'll get to your phone calls. Pile them in now, and Harry Murdaugh, get them lined up. As you're lining up, let's take a look at America. Bubba, you know the wonderful story of Cinderella.
Yes.
Well, now keep in mind, this is a dinner theater company. Okay, this isn't Broadway. Okay,
not the Great Dinner Theater.
In Minnesota, they have now canceled the upcoming production of the classic Rodgers and Hammerstein musical Cinderella over concerns the cast of Cinderella, and here's their quote, is too white, too Caucasian. We did
well,
not.
I mean,
it's
well, the cast is what they were talking about. It's 98% white.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because what?
Well, if you look at the
What does that
depictions,
mean?
they're saying we did
Rick,
not.
I thought it was the band Cinderella from the 80s, and I was a little concerned, but I feel better now because they're all white too. By the way.
Then Billy Bond, old Lady Jane.
You know,
But anyway, he said we did not cancel Cinderella because of content. The company said this is a dinner theater, by the way.
What
in
does
Minnesota.
it matter?
But Greg, I'm telling you, we're looking forward to bringing it to our stage in the future. We decided the original casting of Cinderella didn't go far enough in our commitment. And instead of waiting another full year to implement those important changes, we chose to just cancel it. We do not think that our cast was diverse or not. Now, there's no indication what was the diversity of the people who actually auditioned for it. Maybe there wasn't much diversity in those who desired to be in Cinderella.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't go out and grab people off the street and say, would you like to be in Cinderella?
Yeah.
I mean, people come to these theaters and they audition and they try to get parts. I mean, can anybody prove that other ethnicities tried for parts and were overlooked? But they said they found out that they were just disappointed, that they noticed that their cast was 98% white, to Bubba's point, and he says that doesn't work with what we're saying we're going to do.
Well, there is some humor in this, I guess, because I'm going to assume that most of the people who are acting would probably lean liberal, not 100%, but
Right.
probably a lot of them.
Right.
So this is basically liberal on liberal crime.
It is. It absolutely is.
Yep.
It says,
But I think it's real dangerous to get into. We have to count skin color on everything we do.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, eventually it's going to come back and people are going to say, what about the NBA? What about football?
I was
What
going to
about-"
say, I enjoy
Because
college
all of
football.
that-
It's not very diverse.
all of that's going to eventually circle back around too. So I don't know how you accomplish true fairness without covering everything.
well, and here's one thing.
Where does it end?
What I mean, maybe this is probably a bizarre concept on my part, but probably if I'm about to put on a production of any play, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to cast the best actors that come to me. And if I have people that are of different ethnicities that come in big numbers, then the cast will reflect the best actors, which will likely come from all different ethnicities. Now, if I'm casting and I'm looking for the best actors, and let's say I know it's more than this, I'll use a number we can deal with, and I say I need 10 people for said production, and 9 of the 10 that show up are white, okay, that were the best, and then maybe 4 people showed up of another ethnicity, and only one of them was really good enough to make the cut. And I cast right now based on my pool. The pool of people trying out was overwhelmingly white, and I pulled the best actors. And really, let's say that maybe a small number of people of other ethnicities tried out, and they were good enough too, but just not a lot came. And so then the play probably still would be dominantly white, especially for Cinderella.
Yeah.
You know, maybe people of different ethnicities don't want to be in Cinderella. Maybe they didn't audition for Cinderella. I'll take the best actors, and I promise you, if people from all ethnicities will come and they'll audition, you'll find that the best actors from all ethnicities will now be in the cast.
And I'll tell you
That's kind of how I think it should go. Now, I know that's outlandish.
Rick, let's say I'm putting on Aladdin.
Yeah.
Aladdin's probably not going to be blonde-haired, blue-eyed. He's probably not because it was written that way, right?
Right. Well, what I would
yeah.
do, maybe you need to do a better job of having more people audition that are good.
Yeah.
That may be the way to go. And that probably would be of different ethnicities.
I'll be honest, I like the Wiz better than I did the original Wizard of Oz.
I did too. I wouldn't.
Michael Jackson is the Scarecrow.
Greg, I would not be.
I don't think I ever saw it.
I would not expect if I showed up. I would not expect to be cast in the Wiz as the Cowardly Lion.
No,
I might try it.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it. I do. I like it a lot better than the original. The original scared me with all them flying monkeys and stuff.
Yeah,
that scared me half to death. That witch, that old green witch.
I think the time, my age, and all that, it scared me really bad.
It
you know,
but the Wiz, Michael Jackson's dancing really cool.
Right.
Nipsey Russell's the Tin Man.
The Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz original is still terrifying to me.
Yep.
I much prefer the Wiz because, as Greg, all of y'all said, that didn't terrify me. The Wizard of Oz terrified me.
Mm-hmm.
Griff out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Griff, go.
Hey, didn't know if y'all have already talked about this. I know sometimes Bubba likes to watch The Bachelor. But I saw a video where the lady was going with The Bachelor and went skydiving, and it was a video that started out really cheesy. She's really falling for him.
Okay, wait a minute. I really want to hear this.
That's what's been happening with
Griff,
my phone.
try it again. You went R2D2 on us there.
So they got into an airplane to go skydiving, and it got really cheesy because she even looked at him and said, "I'm literally falling for you now." And I was about to turn it off. And the very end of it, they're landing, and she face plants.
Did we see that?
And it ruined the whole thing about it.
Yeah, it was a little bit harder landing than what they'd planned on. They thought she might be hurt.
Yeah, somebody said they were going to go skydiving, then Rocky Mountain climbing, and then they went 2.2 seconds on a bull named Fu Manchu. I think. I don't know how that went. So yeah, we did.
We watched that video.
Yeah, we did watch that video. We did see. You're right. We did love it.
And she did hit hard.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Gary in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Gary.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I'm just curious if Dickie Nadmeyer has ever done a commercial. Reason I ask is because I think it's a national commercial, but there's a commercial here in Huntsville that Rick and Bubba do for one of the car warranty things, maybe Car Shield.
Yes, Car Shield.
And Rick is talking about the roadside assistance, and he almost drifts into Dickie Nadmeyer. He says,
"You're talking about roll tide side."
Right. Yeah, almost drifts into roll tide.
Roll tide assistance. Road tide assistance is when Nick Saban shows up to give you a hand.
Gives you a pep talk.
If you're a Bama fan, you have 24/7 road tide assistance. Yeah, I probably did. Heather in Pensacola. Heather, welcome. Go right ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
This morning you were talking about the train with your service that you were trying to beat out.
Yes.
And I was listening to the TuneIn app and got to a doctor's appointment and was disconnecting my phone from my car, and it switched to the radio, and I kid you not, Long Black Train was playing.
No, it was not. No, it was not.
It was.
Wow.
Pretty good.
That is funny. Thanks for calling. See there? Isn't it weird how things like that happen? It's like me hearing that obscure Kiss song done in a different way at a restaurant over the weekend. That was weird.
Anybody.
It's just so strange. Let's go to Jeff in Athens. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Monkey grass, green acres.
Thank you, buddy. What's on your mind?
The other night we went out to eat and looked up on the TV, and the NAACP award show was on. You were talking about Cinderella casting being too white. I didn't see a white person on the NAACP awards.
Well, there's a reason for that, though. I mean, the NAACP serves a specific purpose to a specific group of people of a specific ethnicity. That really doesn't make any sense.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's this is saying that somehow Cinderella was being exclusive, and I don't know what it was, but that's kind of apples and oranges. Thanks for calling, though. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our time together is over for some of you. For others, there may be more Rick and Bubba. Would you like to know how to get all the content? Go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.